I think we're back online here with some of our streams. Let me make sure we're going live again with Instagram. Looky there, we're live again. Okay. Hey, and thanks for being here with us. Live again. Okay. Hey. So it looks like here we're back online in multiple platforms. We've got our chat option up here if anybody sends us a message on Instagram, Facebook, or YouTube. So Johnny from Japan sent me a message. How about 3:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow? So that would be almost 24 hours from today. Is that right? Is that 24 hours from right now, Johnny? We're going to try to see if we can get an aux cord and get maybe a computer here for you to be able to do that. We'll work on that, Johnny. Thank you. So if you're just joining us, we are back in Leviticus, Leviticus 22, and we've been reading Scripture since 6:30 yesterday. So that would be what, 5.5 hours, 7.5, 8 hours, and I guess 8 hours and 15 minutes if I'm doing my math right, which is just super exciting. So we have just a little bit left to go in the book of Leviticus. Looks like we're on chapter 22, and Leviticus has 27 chapters. So here we go. Let's keep going with Leviticus and pray that the Lord gives us strength and stamina through His Word. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell Aaron and his sons to deal respectfully with the holy offerings of the Israelites that they have consecrated to me, so that they do not profane any of my holy name. I'm the Lord. Say to them, if any man from any of your descendants throughout your generations is in a state of uncleanness, yet approaches the holy offerings that the Israelite consecrate to the Lord, that person will be cut off from my presence. I am the Lord. No man of Aaron's descendants who has a skin disease or a discharge is to eat from the holy offerings until he's clean. Whoever touches anything made unclean by a dead person," let's keep going, "or by a man who has an emission of semen, or whoever touches any swarming creature that makes him unclean, or any person who makes him unclean, whatever is uncleanness, the man who touches any of these will remain unclean until evening, and is not to eat from the holy offerings unless he has bathed his body with water. When the sun has set, he will become clean, and then he may eat from the holy offerings, for that is his food. He must not eat an animal that died naturally or was mauled by wild beasts, making himself unclean by it. I am the Lord. They must keep my instruction, or they will be guilty and die because they profane it. I am the Lord who sets them apart. No outsider of a priest's family is to eat the holy offering. A foreigner staying with a priest or a hired worker is not to eat the holy offering. But if a priest purchases someone with his own silver, that person may eat it, and those born in his house may eat his food. If the priest's daughter is married to a man outside a priest's family, she is not to eat from the holy contribution. But if the priest's daughter becomes widowed or divorced, has no children, returns to her father's house as in her youth, she may share in her father's food, but no outsider may share it. If anyone eats a holy offering in error, he is to add a fifth to its value and give the holy offering to the priest. The priest must not profane the holy offerings the Israelites give to the Lord by letting the people eat their own offerings and having them bear the penalty of restitution, for I am the Lord who sets them apart. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to Aaron, his sons, and all the Israelites, and tell them, any man of the house of Israel, or of the resident aliens in Israel, who presents his offering, whether they present payment of vows or freewill gifts to the Lord as burnt offerings, must offer an unblemished male from the cattle, sheep, or goats in order for you to be accepted. You are not to present anything that has a defect, because it will not be accepted on your behalf. When a man presents a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord to fulfill a vow, or as a freewill offering from the herd or flock, it has to be unblemished to be acceptable. There must be no defect in it. You are not to present any animal to the Lord that is blind, injured, maimed, or has a running sore, festering rash, or scabs. You may not put any of them on the altar as an fire offering to the Lord. You may sacrifice as a freewill offering any animal from the herd or flock that has an elongated or stunted limb, but it is not acceptable as a vow offering. You got that? It's okay for a freewill offering, but not a vow offering. You are not to present to the Lord anything that has bruised, crushed, torn, or severed testicles. You must not sacrifice them in your land. Neither you nor a foreigner are to present food to your God from any of these animals. They will not be accepted for you because they are deformed and have a defect. The Lord God spoke to Moses, when an ox, sheep, or goat is born, it is to remain with its mother for 7 days. From the 8th day on, it will be acceptable as an offering, a fire offering to the Lord. But you are not to slaughter an animal from the herd or flock on the same day as its young. When you sacrifice a thank offering to the Lord, sacrifice it so that you may be accepted. It is to be eaten on the same day. Do not let any of it remain until morning. I am the Lord. You are to keep my commands, and do them. I am the Lord. You must not profane my holy name. I must be treated as holy among the Israelites. I am the Lord who sets you apart, the one who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them, these are my appointed times, the times of the Lord that you will proclaim as sacred assemblies. Work may be done for 6 days, but on the 7th day there is to be a Sabbath of complete rest, a sacred assembly. You are not to do any work. It is a Sabbath to the Lord wherever you live. These are the Lord's appointed times, the sacred assemblies you are to proclaim at their appointed times. The Passover to the Lord comes in the first month, at twilight, on the 14th day of the month. The festival of unleavened bread to the Lord is on the 15th day of the same month. For 7 days you are to eat unleavened bread. On the first day you are to hold a sacred assembly. You are not to do any daily work. You are to present a fire offering to the Lord for 7 days. On the 7th day there will be a sacred assembly. Do not do any work. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them, when you enter the land I am giving you and reap its harvest, you are to bring the first sheaf of your harvest to the priest. He will present the sheaf before the Lord so that you may be accepted. The priest is to present it on the day after the Sabbath. On the day you present the sheaf, you are to offer a year-old male lamb without blemish as a burnt offering to the Lord. It's a grain offering. Its grain offering is to be 4 quarts of fine flour mixed with oil as a fire offering to the Lord, a pleasing aroma, and its drink offering will be 1 quart of wine. You must eat bread, roasted grain, or any new grain until this very day, and until you have brought the offering to your God. This is to be a permanent statute throughout your generations wherever you live. You are to count 7 complete weeks, starting from the day after the Sabbath, the day you brought the sheaf of the presentation offering. You are to count 50 days until after the 7th Sabbath, and then present an offering of new grain to the Lord. Bring 2 loaves of bread from your settlements as a presentation offering, each of them made from 4 quarts of fine flour baked with yeast as first fruits to the Lord. You are to present with the bread 7 unblemished male lambs, a year old, 1 young bull, and 2 rams. They will be a burnt offering to the Lord with their grain offerings and drink offerings, a fire offering of pleasing aroma to the Lord. You are also to prepare 1 male goat as a sin offering, and 2 male goats 2 male lambs a year old as fellowship sacrifice. Okay. The priest will present the lambs with the bread of first fruits as a presentation offering before the Lord. The bread and the 2 lambs will be holy to the Lord for the priest. On that same day you are to make a proclamation and hold a sacred assembly. You are not to do any ordinary work. This is to be a permanent statute wherever you live throughout your generations. When you reap the harvest of your land, you are not to reap all the way to the edge of your field or gather gleanings of your harvest. Leave them for the poor and the resident alien. I am the Lord your God. I think that even has implications for business today. I know God commanded that in the Old Testament for agricultural societies not to fully exhaust the profitability of a field, but to leave some for the poor, to help them work for what would provide for their own means. So I'd be interested to hear what business owners have to say how that applies to business today. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell Israelites in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, you are to have a day of complete rest, commemoration, and trumpet blast, a sacred assembly. You must not do any daily work, but you must present a fire offering to the Lord." Again, the Lord spoke again to Moses, "The 10th day of the 7th month is the day of atonement. You are to hold a sacred assembly and practice self-denial," which is probably fasting. "You are to present a fire offering to the Lord. On this particular day you are not to do any work, for it is the day of atonement, to make atonement for yourselves before the Lord your God. If any person does not practice self-denial in this particular day, he is to be cut off from his people. I will destroy among his people anyone who does any work on this day." Excuse me. "You are not to do any work. This is a permanent statute throughout your generations wherever you live. It will be a Sabbath of complete rest for you, and you must practice self-denial. You are to observe your Sabbath from evening of the 9th of the month until the following evening." The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell the Israelites the festival of shelters or tabernacles or tents to the Lord begins on the 15th day of the 7th month, and continues for 7 days. There is to be a sacred assembly on the first day. You are to do no daily work. You are to present a fire offering to the Lord for 7 days. On the 8th day you are to hold a sacred assembly and present a fire offering to the Lord. It is a solemn gathering. You are not to do any daily work. These are the Lord's appointed times that you are to proclaim as sacred assemblies," which, by the way, this is really cool. Moses probably received this revelation in about 1400 BC. Fast forward 1,000 years to 445 BC in the book of Nehemiah, and they're doing these very things in the 7th month. They realize they neglected them, and as they're reading the scriptures, as they're gathering together and reading the law of God in the Old Testament, they realize they have not been celebrating the Feast of Tabernacles, and they gathered themselves with attentiveness and understanding to the law. Really cool. You can go and read in Nehemiah chapter 9 if you'd like. 8 and 9. "These are the Lord's appointed times that you are to proclaim as sacred assemblies for the presenting of fire offerings to the Lord, burnt offerings and grain offerings, sacrifices and drink offerings, each on its designated day. These are in addition to the offerings for the Lord's Sabbath, your gifts and all your vow offerings and all your freewill offerings that you give to the Lord. You are to celebrate the Lord's festival on the 15th day of the 7th month, for the 7 days after you have gathered the produce of the land. There will be a complete rest on the first day and a complete rest on the 8th day. And on the first day you are to take the produce of majestic trees, palm fronds, boughs of leafy trees, and willows of the brook, and rejoice before the Lord your God for 7 days. You are to celebrate it as a festival to the Lord for 7 days each year. This is a permanent statute for you throughout your generations. Celebrate it in the 7th month. You are to live in shelters for 7 days, and all the native born of Israel must live in shelters, so that your generations may know that I made the Israelites live in shelters when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God." So Moses declared the Lord's appointed times. if you want to know something really cool, I'm pretty sure today on the calendar. No, yep. Today is the Jewish holiday of Rosh Hashanah, and it is Rosh Hashanah, if I'm saying that right, is exactly what we're reading. Um, is exactly what we're reading. Um, about is the new year in Judaism. So this is the new year, and that's exactly what we're reading about here in Leviticus 23, and what we have been studying about in Nehemiah on in Nehemiah chapters 9 and 10, when they're listening to the law on the new year. So it's just kind of neat that what was happening biblically we're doing today. Not that we feel like we're trying to earn God's favor by obeying Old Testament laws. Not at all. I just think that it's really amazing. We're studying Nehemiah, and this happened, thousands of years ago, a few thousand years ago, and we're doing it today. So anyway, so you're to celebrate the Lord's festival on the 15th day of the 7th month for 7 days. You are to live in shelters. Yep. I made Israel live in shelters when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So Moses declared the Lord's appointed times to the Israelites. Chapter 24 of Leviticus. The Lord spoke to Moses, command the Israelites to bring you pure oil from crushed olives for the light in order to keep the lamp burning regularly. Aaron is to tend it continually from evening until morning before the Lord outside the curtain of the testimony of the tent of meeting. This is a permanent statute throughout your generations. He must continually tend the lamps of the pure gold and lampstand in the Lord's presence. Take fine flour and bake it into 12 loaves. Each loaf is made with 4 quarts. Arrange them in 2 rows, 6 to a row, on the pure gold table before the Lord. Place pure frankincense near each row, so that it may serve as a memorial portion for the bread and the fire offering to the Lord. The bread is to be set out before the Lord every Sabbath day as a permanent covenant obligation on the part of the Israelites. It belongs to Aaron and his sons, who are to eat it in a holy place, for it is the holiest portion for him from the fire offerings to the Lord. This is a permanent rule. Now the son of an Israelite mother and the Egyptian father was among the Israelites. A fight broke out in the camp between the Israelite woman's son and an Israelite man. Her son cursed and blasphemed the name, and they brought him to Moses. His mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Debri of the tribe of Dan. They put him into custody until the Lord's decision could be made clear to them. Then the Lord said to Moses, bring the one who has cursed to the outside of the camp, and have all who heard him lay hands on his head, and have the whole community stone him, and tell the Israelites, if anyone curses his God, he will bear the consequences of his sin. Whoever blasphemes the name of the Lord must be put to death. The whole community is to stone him. If he blasphemes the name, he is to be put to death, whether the resident alien or a native. If a man kills anyone, he must be put to death. Whoever kills an animal is to make restitution for it, life for life. If any man inflicts a permanent injury on his neighbor, whatever he has done is to be done to him. Fracture for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Whatever injury he inflicted on that person, the same is to be inflicted on him. Whoever kills an animal is to make restitution for it. Whoever kills a person is to be put to death. You are to have the same law for the resident alien and the native, because I am the Lord your God. After Moses spoke to the Israelites, they brought the one who had cursed the outside of the camp and stoned him. So the Israelites did as the Lord commanded. Okay. As the Lord commanded Moses. Leviticus 25 here. The Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai. Speak to the Israelites and tell them, when you enter the land I'm giving you, the land will observe a Sabbath to the Lord. You may sow your field for 6 years, and you may prune your vineyard and gather its produce for 6 years, but there will be a Sabbath of complete rest for the land in the 7th year. a Sabbath to the Lord. You are not to sow your field or prune your vineyard. You are not to reap what grows by itself from your crop or harvest the grapes of your untended vines. It is to be a year of complete rest for the land. Whatever the land produces during the Sabbath year can be food for you, for yourselves. Whatever the land produces during the Sabbath year can be food for you, for yourself, your male or female slave, the hired worker, or the alien who rides with you. All of its growth may serve as food for your livestock and the wild animals in your land. You are to count 7 sabbatical years, 7 times 7 years, so that the time period of the 7 sabbatical years amounts to 49. Then you are to sound a trumpet loudly in the 7th month. On the 10th day of the month, you will sound it throughout your land on the Day of Atonement. You are to consecrate the 50th year and proclaim freedom in the land of its inhabitants. It will be a year of jubilee, when each one of you is to return his property, and each of you to his clan. Return to his property. The 50th year will be your jubilee. You are not to sow, reap what grows by itself, or harvest its unintended vines. It is to be holy to you, because it is the Jubilee, that you may eat its produce directly from the field. In this year of Jubilee, each of you will return to his property. If you make a sale to your neighbor or purchase from him, do not cheat one another. You are to make the purchase from your neighbor based on the number of years since the last Jubilee. He is to sell to you based on the number of remaining harvest years. You are to increase its price in proportion to a greater amount of years, and decrease its price in proportion to a lesser amount of years, because what he's selling you is a number of harvests. You are not to cheat one another, but fear your God, for I am the Lord your God. You are to keep my statutes and ordinances and carefully observe them, so that you may live securely in the land. Then the land will yield its fruit, so that you can eat, be satisfied, and live securely in the land. If you wonder, what will we eat in the 7th year if we don't sow or gather our produce? I will appoint my blessing for you in the 6th year, so that it will produce a crop sufficient for 3 years. When you sow in the 8th year, you will be eating from the previous harvest. You will be eating this until the 9th year, when its harvest comes in. The land is not to be permanently sold, because it is mine, and you are only aliens and temporary residents on my land. That's interesting. Wow. You are to allow the redemption of any land you occupy. If your brother becomes destitute and sells part of his property, his nearest relative may come and redeem what his brother has sold. If a man has no family redeemer, but he prospers and obtains enough to redeem his land, he may calculate the year since its sale, repay the balance to the man he sold it to, and return his property. But if he cannot obtain enough to repay him, what he sold will remain in the possession of the purchaser until the year of Jubilee. It is to be released at the Jubilee, so that it may return to his property. If a man sells a residence in a walled city, he has a right of redemption will last a year, until a year has passed after its sale. His right of redemption will last a year. If it is not redeemed by the end of a full year, then the house in the walled city is permanently transferred to its purchaser through his generations. It is not to be released on the Jubilee. But houses and settlements that have no walls around them are to be classified as open fields. The right to redeem such houses stays in effect, and they are to be released at the Jubilee. Concerning Levitical cities, the Levites always have the right to redeem houses in the cities they possess. Whatever property one of the Levites can redeem, a house sold in a city they possess is to be redeemed at the Jubilee, because the houses in the Levitical cities are their possession among the Israelites. The open pasture land around the cities may not be sold, for it is their permanent possession. If your brother becomes destitute and cannot sustain himself among you, you are to support him as an alien or temporary resident, so that he can continue to live among you. Do not profit or take interest from him, but fear your God and let your brother live among you. You are not to lend him your silver with interest, or sell him your food for profit. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and be your God. If your brother among you becomes destitute and sells himself to you, you must not force him to do slave labor. Let him stay with you as a hired worker, a temporary resident. He may work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then he and his children are to be released from you, and he may return to his clan and his ancestral property. They are not to be sold as slaves, because they are my servants, and I brought them out of the land of Egypt. You are not to rule over them harshly, but fear your God. Your male and female slaves are to be from the nations around you. You may purchase male and female slaves. You may also purchase them from the aliens residing with you or from their families living among you. Those born in your land, these may become your property. You may leave them to your sons after you inherit his property. You can make them slaves for life, but concerning your brothers, the Israelites, you must not rule over one another harshly. If an alien or temporary resident living among you prospers, but your brother living near him becomes destitute and sells himself to the alien living among you, or to a member of the resident alien's clan, he has the right of redemption after he has been sold. One of his brothers may redeem him, his uncle or cousin may redeem him, or any of the close relatives from his clan may redeem him. If he prospers, he may redeem himself. The one who purchased him is to calculate the time from the year he sold himself until the year of Jubilee. The price of his sale will be determined by the number of years. It will be set for him like the daily wages of a hired worker. If many years are left, you must pay his redemption price in proportion to them based on his purchase price. If only a few years remain until the year of Jubilee, he will calculate and pay the price of redemption in proportion to his remaining years. He will stay with him like a man hired year by year. Resident alien is not to rule over him harshly in your sight. If he is not redeemed in any of these ways, he and his children are to be released at the year of Jubilee. For Israelites are my servants. They are my servants that I brought out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Do not make idols for yourselves. Set up carved images or sacred pillars for yourselves, or place a sculpted stone in your land to bow down to it. For I am the Lord your God. Keep my Sabbaths and revere my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you follow my statutes faithfully and observe my commandments, I will give you rain at the right time, and the land will yield its produce, and the trees of the field will bear their fruit. Your threshing will continue until grape harvest, and the grape harvest will continue to the sowing time, and you will have plenty of food to eat and live securely in your land. I will give peace to the land, and you will lie down with nothing to frighten you. I will remove dangerous animals from the land, and no sword will pass through your land. You will pursue your enemies, and they will fall before you by the sword. 5 of you will pursue 100, and 100 of you will pursue 10,000. Your enemies will fall before you with the sword. I will turn to you and make you fruitful and multiply you and confirm my covenant with you. You will eat the old grain of the previous year and will clear out the old to make room for the new. I will place my residence among you, my tabernacle among you, and I will not reject you. I will walk among you and be your God, and you will be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, so that you would no longer be their slaves. I broke the bars of your yoke and enabled you to live in freedom. But if you do not obey me and observe all these commands, if you reject my statutes and despise my ordinances, and do not observe my commands and break my covenant, then I will do this to you. I will bring terror on you, wasting disease and fever that will cause your eyes to fail and your life to ebb away. You will sow your seed in vain because your enemies will eat it. I will turn against you so that you will be defeated by your enemies. Those who hate you will rule over you, and you will flee even though no one is pursuing. But after these things you will not obey me. I will proceed to discipline you 7 times for your sins. I will break down your strong pride. I will make your sky like iron and your land like bronze, and your strength will be used up for nothing. Your land will not yield its produce, and the trees of the land will not bear their fruit. If you act with hostility toward me and are unwilling to obey me, I will multiply your plagues 7 times for your sins. I will send wild animals against you that will deprive you of your children, ravage your livestock, and reduce your numbers until your roads are deserted. If, in spite of these things, you do not accept my discipline, but act with hostility toward me, then I will act with hostility toward you. I also will strike you 7 times for your sins. I will bring a sword against you to execute the vengeance of the covenant. Though you withdraw into your cities, I will send a pestilence among you, and you will be delivered into enemy hands. When I cut off your supply of bread, 10 women will bake your bread in a single oven and ration out your bread by weight, so that you will eat but not be satisfied. If in spite of this you do not obey me, but act with hostility toward me, I will act with furious hostility toward you. And I will also discipline you 7 times for your sins. You will eat the flesh of your sons, you will eat the flesh of your daughters. I will destroy your high places, cut down your shrines, and heap your lifeless bodies on the lifeless bodies of your idols. I will reject you. I will reduce your cities to ruins. I lost my place. And devastate your sanctuaries. I will not smell the pleasing aroma of your sacrifices. I also will devastate the land so that your enemy who come to live there will be appalled by it. But I will scatter you among the nations, and I will draw a sword to chase after you, so your land will become desolate, and your cities will become ruins. Then the land will make up for its Sabbath years during the time it lies desolate, while you are in the land of your enemies. At that time, the land will rest and make up for its Sabbaths. As long as it lies desolate, it will have a rest it did not have during the Sabbaths when you lived there. I will put anxiety in the hearts of those who survive in the lands of their enemies. The sound of the wind-driven leaf will put them to flight, and they will flee as one flees from a sword. They will fall, though no one is pursuing them. They will stumble over one another as if fleeing from a sword, though no one is pursuing them. You will not be able to stand against your enemies. You will perish among the nations. The land of your enemies will devour you. Those who survive in the lands of your enemies will waste away because of their iniquity. They will also waste away because of their fathers' iniquity along with them. But when they confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers, their unfaithfulness that they practiced against me, and how they acted with hostility toward me, and I acted with hostility toward them and brought them into the land of their enemies. And when their uncircumcised hearts are humbled and they make amends for their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and I will also remember my covenant with Isaac and my covenant with Abraham, and I will remember the land, for the land abandoned by them will make up for its Sabbaths by lying desolate without the people, while they make amends for their iniquity because they rejected the ordinances and abhorred my statutes. Yet in spite of this, while they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject or abhor them, so as to destroy them and break my covenant with them, since I am the Lord their God. For their sake I will remember the covenant with their fathers, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations to be their God. I am the Lord. These are the statutes, ordinances, and laws the Lord established between himself and the Israelites through Moses on Mount Sinai. So I'm reading the last chapter here in Leviticus 27. Cecilia read most of Leviticus all the way up until chapter 18. Here we are at chapter 27, Leviticus. If anyone is listening to this laid out and you just kind of get a hankering to come in and read scripture with us tonight until we officially start at 8 a.m. this morning. Right now we're at, what time are we at? 3. So in less than 5 hours, we'll be officially starting the prescribed times. If you want to sign up for a prescribed time, then check the email I sent or some of the links on the Instagram posts that we have out there. But if you just want to come in for, 30 minutes or an hour between now and 8 a.m., come on in, knock on the door, we'll let you in. Come get you a snack, a water, a coffee, a tea, a Coke, cold or room temperature, whatever you prefer. Come on in and read with us and enjoy God's scripture. Some really strange stuff in the Old Testament laws. Some culturally different things. There are some concrete principles. We kind of have to take the law, the the evidence of God's character or find out the underlying principle of these laws and abstract it, extract it, and then make it and apply it to today. Some of these laws we can't take it, face value for today, but I think that there are some things that we can extract, a principle that we can extract, and then apply to our lives. For example, there's a lot of laws about being separate, being distinct, being different than surrounding cultures, and so there is if you turn to 1 Peter, it says that the way that we're holy today, if we're to be holy as God is holy, is to be holy in all our behavior. And it encourages us to have genuine brotherly love for people. And that is what makes Christians distinct in the world, that we have a genuine love for Christ, love for God because of God's renewal of a love in us, and a love for brothers. So, you've got to take these commands of the Old Testament, extract the principle or the what it's built on God's character, and then put it and then apply it to this side of the cross, so to speak, finding out. So there's a lot more interpretive ways to look at the Old Testament and how Christ fulfilled it completely, and how it applies to us today. Anyway, let's read this last chapter in the book of Leviticus, and then we'll get to Numbers. Man, first 9 chapters of Numbers is really riveting. The Lord spoke to Moses. It really is, actually. I'm sure that there's a lot of organization in the beginning of Numbers. So it actually is, forgive me. That is, it can seem very boring because of all the, let's just read. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, when someone makes a special vow to the Lord that involves the assessment of people, if the assessment concerns a male from 20 to 60 years old, your assessment is 50 silver shekels measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. If the person is female, your assessment is 30 shekels. If the person is from 5 to 20 years old, your assessment for a male is 20 shekels, for a female 10 shekels. If the person is from 1 month to 5 years old, your assessment for a male is 5 silver shekels, and the female for your assessment is 3 shekels of silver. If the person is 60 years or more, your assessment is 15 shekels for a male and 10 shekels for a female. But if one is too poor to pay the assessment, he is to present a person before the priest, and the priest will set a value for him. The priest will set a value for him according to what the one making the vow can afford. If the vow involves one of the animals that may be brought as an offering to the Lord, any of these he gives to the Lord will be holy. He may not replace it or make a substitution for it, either good or bad or good, bad for good, good for bad, bad for good. But if he doesn't substitute one animal for another, both that animal and its substitute will be holy. If the vow involves any of the unclean animals that may not be brought as an offering to the Lord, the animal must be presented before the priest. The priest will set its value, whether high or low. The price will be set as the priest makes the assessment for you. If the one who brought it decides to redeem it, he must add a fifth to the assessed value. When a man consecrates his house as holy to the Lord, the priest will assess its value, whether high or low. The price will stand just as the priest assesses it. But if the one who consecrated his house redeems it, he must add a fifth to the assessment value, and it will be his. If a man consecrates to the Lord any part of a field that he possesses, your assessment of that value will be proportional to the seed needed to sow it, at the rate of 50 silver shekels for every 5 bushels of barley seed. If he consecrates his field during the year of Jubilee, the price will stand according to your assessment. But if he consecrates his field after the Jubilee, the priest will calculate the price for him in proportion to the years left until the next year of Jubilee, so that your assessment will be reduced. If the one who consecrated the field decides to redeem it, he must add a fifth to the assessment value of the field and will transfer it back to him. But if he does not redeem the field, or if he has sold it to another man, it is no longer redeemable. When the field is released in the Jubilee, it will be holy to the Lord, like a field permanently set apart. It becomes the priest's property. If a person consecrates to the Lord a field he has purchased that is not part of his inherited landholding, then the priest will calculate for him the amount of the assessment up to the year of Jubilee, and the person will pay the assessed value on that day as holy offering to the Lord. Holy offering to the Lord. In the year of Jubilee, the field will return to the one he bought it from, the original owner. All your assessed values will be measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, 20 gerahs of the shekel. But no one can consecrate a firstborn of the livestock, whether an animal from the herd or flock, to the Lord, because the firstborn already belongs to the Lord. If it is one of the unclean livestock, it can be ransomed according to your assessment by adding a fifth of its value to it. If it is not redeemed, it can be sold according to your assessment. Nothing that a man permanently sets apart to the Lord from all he owns, whether a person or an animal or his inherited landholding, can be sold or redeemed. Everything set apart is especially holy to the Lord. No person who has been set apart for destruction is to be ransomed. He must be put to death. Every tenth of the land's produce, grain from the soil or fruit from the trees, belongs to the Lord. It is holy to the Lord. If a man decides to redeem any part of this tenth, he must add a fifth to its value. Every tenth animal from the herd or flock which passes under the shepherd's rod will be holy to the Lord. He is not to inspect whether it's good or bad, and he is not to make a substitution for it. But if he does, he is not to make a substitution for it. But if he does make a substitution, both the animal and its substitute will be holy. They cannot be redeemed. These are the commandments the Lord gave Moses for the Israelites on Mount Sinai. Man, that's really cool. The Book of Numbers. The Book of Numbers. So we just finished reading Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. According to this, Genesis, Exodus, and Leviticus should have been read in 8.5 hours. And we are at the, we started at 6:30, so we're 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. So we're at 9 hours. So we might be 30 minutes behind on this according to the sheet. And that's amazing, though, that we aren't that far behind. So if you want to come in today and read Numbers with us, it looks like we might have 2 viewers out there. I'm not sure who those viewers are, but thank you for watching with us. I think at this point, I'm going to keep the live stream going, and I'm going to go lay down again and take a nap, and because I won't be worth anything as far as work tomorrow if I don't take another little nap here. So I'm probably just going to let this roll for about an hour, and then I'll try to come back at 4:30 or 5 and read. But if anybody is interested in coming in for the next hour and a half or so, or hour, come on in and worship with us through reading Scripture, starting with Numbers 1. We'd love to have you come and read with us if you want. Or we can just start at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So, again, I'm so excited to read Scripture with everyone. And I'm going to go just lay down for a little bit and lay down and see if anybody... Oh, says Jacob Torbett and Jesse Flint are watching with me. Hey, what's up, yous? Says Jacob Torbett and That's cool. So I'm going to go lay down. You all, if anybody wants to come in, just let me know, and I'll open the door. But For right now, we're just gonna we're just gonna set this aside. I'll be back. Okay. Laid down for about 45 minutes or so. Looks like we're back in the saddle here in the book of Numbers. Oh, now for 35 minutes? Yeah. Book of Numbers, chapter 1, taking a census of Israel. So here we are, Numbers chapter 1. They're taking a census of Israel. The Lord spoke to Moses in the tent of meeting, the tabernacle, in the wilderness of Sinai on the first day of the second month, on the second year after Israel's departure from the land of Egypt. Take a census of the entire Israelite community by their clans and their families, fathers' families, counting the names of every male one by one. You and Aaron are to register those who are 20 years old or more by their military divisions, everyone who can serve in Israel's army. A man from each tribe is to be with you, each one the head of his ancestral family. These are the names of the men who are to assist you. Elazar, son of Shadir, from Reuben. Shelumiel, son of Jerishadai. Zuri Shaddai, from Simeon. Nahshon, son of Amminadab, from Judah. Nathaniel, son of Zuar, from Issachar. Eliab, son of Helon, from Zebulun, from the sons of Joseph. Elishama, from Ammihud, from Ephraim. Gamaliel, son of Pedahzur, from Manasseh. Abidan, son of Gidani, from Benjamin. Ahieser, son of Ammishaddai, from Dan. Pagiel, son of Okran, from Asher. Eliasaph, son of Duel, from Gad. Ahira, son of Enan, from Naphtali. These are the men called from the community. They are the leaders of the ancestral tribes, the heads of Israel's clans. So Moses and Aaron took these men who had been designated by name, and they assembled the whole community on the first day of the second month. They recorded their ancestry by their clans and their ancestral families, counting one by one the names of those 20 years old or more, just as the Lord commanded Moses. He registered them in the wilderness of Sinai. The descendants of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel according to their family records, by their clans and their ancestral families, counting one by one the names of every male 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army. Those registered for the tribe of Reuben numbered 46,500. The descendants of Simeon, according to their family records by their clans and their ancestral families, those registered counting one by one the name of every male 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army. Those registered for the tribe of Simeon numbered 59,300. The descendants of Gad, according to their family records by clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, and everyone could serve in the army. Those registered for the tribe of Gad numbered 45,650. The descendants of Judah, according to their family records by their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army. Those registered for the tribe of Judah numbered 74,600. The descendants of Issachar, according to their family records by clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, those registered for the tribe of Issachar numbered 54,400. The descendants of Zebulun, according to their family records by the clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army. Those registered for the tribe of Zebulun numbered 57,400. The descendants of Joseph. The descendants of Ephraim, according to their family records by their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, those registered for the tribe of Ephraim, numbered 40,500. The descendants of Manasseh, according to their family records by their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, and everyone who could serve in the army, those registered for the tribe of Manasseh numbered 32,200. The descendants of Benjamin, according to their family records by their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, and everyone who could serve in the military, those registered for the tribe of Benjamin numbered 35,400. The descendants of Dan, according to their family records by their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, those registered for the tribe of Dan numbered 62,700. The descendants of Asher, according to the family records by their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, those registered for the tribe of Asher, 41,500. The descendants of Naphtali, according to their family records by their clans, their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, those registered for the tribe of Naphtali numbered 53,400. These are the men Moses and Aaron registered with the assistance of the 12 leaders of Israel. Each represented his ancestral family. So all the Israelites 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in Israel's army, were registered by their ancestral families. All those registered numbered 603,550. But the Levites were not registered with them by their ancestral tribe, for the Lord had told Moses, "Do not register or take a census of the tribe of Levi with the other Israelites. Appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the testimony and its furnishings and everything in it. They are to transport the tabernacle and its articles, take care of it, camp around it. Whenever the tabernacle is to move, the Levites are to take it down. And whenever it is to stop at a campsite, the Levites are to set it up. Any unauthorized person who comes near to it is to be put to death. The Israelites are to camp by their military divisions, each man with his encampment and under his banner. The Levites are to camp around the tabernacle of the testimony and watch over it so that no wrath will fall on Israelite community. The Israelites did everything just as the Lord had commanded Moses, at least initially, at least right away, not eventually. Anyway, chapter 2 of Numbers 2. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. The Israelites are to camp under their respective banners beside the flags of their ancestral families. They are to camp around the tent of meeting at a distance from it. Judah's military divisions will camp on the east side toward the sunrise under their banner. The leader of the descendants of Judah is Nahshon, son of Abinadab. His military division numbers 74,600. The tribe of Issachar will camp next to it. The leader of Issachar is Nathanael, son of Zoar. His military division numbers are 54,400. The tribe of Zebulun will be next. The leader of Zebulunites is Eliab, the son of Helon. His military division numbers 57,400. The total number in their military division who belongs to Judah's encampment is 186,400. They will move out first. Reuben's military division will camp from the south side under their banner. The leader of the Reubenites is Elisur, son of Shedeur. His military division numbers are 46,500. The tribe of Simeon will camp next to it. The leader of the Simeonites is Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai. His military division numbers 59,300. The tribe of Gad will be next. The leader of the Gadites is Eliasaph, son of Duel. His military division numbers 45,650. The total number in their military divisions who belong to Reuben's encampment 151,450. They will move out second. Let me get some water, y'all. The tent of meeting is to move out with the Levites' camp, which is in the middle of the camps. They are to move out just as they camp, each in his place with their banners. Ephraim's military divisions will camp on the west side under their banner. The leader of the Ephraimites is Elishama, son of Ammihud. His military division numbers 40,500. The tribe of Manasseh will be next to it. The leader of the Manassites is Gamaliel, son of Pedahzur. His military division numbers 32,200. The tribe of Benjamin will be next. The leader of the Benjaminites is Abidan, son of Gideoni. His military division numbers 35,400. The total in their military divisions who belong to Ephraim's encampment numbered 108,100. They will move out third. Dan's military division will camp on the north side under their banner. The leader of the Danites is Ahieser, son of Ammishaddai. His military division numbers 62,700. The tribe of Asher will camp next to it. The leader of the Asherites is Pagiel, son of Akron. His military division numbers is 41,500. The tribe of Naphtali will be next. The leader of the Naphtalites is Ahira, son of Enan. His military number of divisions is 53,400. The total number who belong to Dan's encampment is 157,600. These are to move out last with their banners. These are the Israelites registered by their ancestral families. The total number of the camps by their military divisions is 603,550. But the Levites were not registered among the Israelites, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. The Israelites did everything the Lord commanded Moses. They encamped by their banners in this way and moved out in the same way, each man by his clan and by his ancestral family. These are the family records of Aaron and Moses at the time of the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai. These are the names of Aaron's sons: Nadab, the firstborn, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These are the names of Aaron's sons, the anointed priests, who were ordained to serve as priests. But Nadab and Abihu died in the Lord's presence when they presented unauthorized fire before the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai, and they had no sons. So Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests under the direction of Aaron their father. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Bring the tribe of Levi near and present them to the priest Aaron to assist him. They are to perform duties for him and the entire community before the tent of meeting by attending by attending the service of the tabernacle. They are to take care of all the furnishings of the tent of meeting and perform the duties for the Israelites by attending the service of the tabernacle, assigned to the Levites, to Aaron and his sons. They have been assigned exclusively to him from the Israelites. You are to appoint Aaron and his sons to carry out their priestly responsibilities, but any unauthorized person who comes near the sanctuary is to be put to death." The Lord spoke to Moses, "See, I have taken the Levites from the Israelites in place of every firstborn Israelite from the womb. The Levites belong to me, because every firstborn belongs to me. At the time I struck down every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated every firstborn in Israel to myself, both man and animal. They are mine, I am the Lord. The Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, register the Levites by their ancestral families. And their clans. You are to register every male 1 month old or more. So Moses registered them in obedience to the Lord as he had commanded. These were Levi's sons by name, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. These were the names of Gershon's sons by their clans, Libni and Shimei. Kohath's sons by their clans were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. Merari's sons by their clans were Mali and Mushi. These were the Levite clans by their ancestral families. The Libnite clan and the Shemite clan came from Gershon. These were the Gershonite clans. Those registered, counting every male 1 month old or more, numbered 7,500. The Gershonite clans camped behind the tabernacle on the west side, and the leader of the Gershonite families was Elishaph, son of Lael. The Gershonite duties at the tent of meeting involved the tabernacle, the tent, its covering, the screens for the entrance of the tent of meeting, the hangings of the courtyard, the screens for the entrance of the courtyard that surrounds the tabernacle and the altar and the tent, the ropes, all the work relating to these. Excuse me for just one moment. Trying to coordinate a time to read with Heather Kirkland in the UK, which would be exciting. Let me see if I can get her the link to sign up if she wants to sign up. I'll read the Bible with me. Read the Bible with us. We have a time this morning at 9:30 that just popped available. We had to have a cancellation there, so if anybody would like to read at 9:30 this morning, that time just popped up. Thanks, Heather. Yeah, we're going to get started at 8 a.m. officially. All right, let's get back to the book of Numbers. We're doing the Levitical census. The Gershonites' duties at the tent of meeting involved the tabernacle, the tent, its covering, the screens for the entrance of the tent of meeting, the hangings of the courtyard, the screens for the entrance of the courtyard that surrounds the tabernacle, and the altar and the tent ropes. All the work relating to these. The Amramite clan, the Ishmaelite clan, the Hebronite clan, the Uzzielite clan came from Kohath. These were the Kohathites. Counting every male 1 month old or more, there were 8,600 responsible for the duties of the sanctuary. The clans of the Kohathites camped on the south side of the tabernacle, and the leader of the families of the Kohathite clans was Elizaphan, son of Uzziel. Their duties involved the ark, the tabernacle, the table, the lampstand, the altars, the sanctuary utensils that were used with these, and the screen, and all the work relating to them. The chief of the Levite leaders was Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest. He had oversight of those responsible for the duties of the sanctuary. The Malite clan and the Mushite clan came from Merari. These were the Merari clans. Those registered, counting every male 1 month old or more, numbered 6,200. The leader of the families of the Merari clans was Zuriel, son of Abihail. They camped on the north side of the tabernacle. They assigned duties to Merari's descendants involved the tabernacle's supports, crossbars, pillars, bases, its equipment, and all the work related to these, in addition to the posts of the surrounding courtyard with their bases, tent pegs, and ropes. Moses, Aaron, and his sons, who performed the duties of the sanctuary as a service on behalf of the Israelites, camped in front of the tabernacle in the east, in front of the tent of meeting toward the sunrise. Any unauthorized person who came near the tabernacle was to be put to death. The total number of all the Levite males 1 month old or more that Moses and Aaron registered by their clans at the Lord's command was 22,000. Numbers 3, verse 40. The Lord told Moses, register every firstborn male of the Israelites 1 month old or more and list their names. You are to take the Levites from me, I am the Lord, in place of every firstborn among the Israelites, and the Levites' cattle in place of every firstborn among the Israelite cattle. So Moses registered every firstborn among the Israelites as the Lord commanded him. The total number of the firstborn males 1 month old or more listed was 22,273. The Lord spoke to Moses again, take the Levites in place of every firstborn among the Israelites, and the Levites' cattle in place of their cattle. The Levites belong to me, I am the Lord. As the redemption price for the 273 firstborn Israelites who outnumber the Levites, collect 5 shekels for each person according to the standard sanctuary shekel, 2 gerahs, and the shekel. Give the silver to Aaron and his sons as the redemption price for those who are in excess among the Israelites. So Moses collected the redemption amount from those in excess of the ones redeemed by the Levites. He collected silver from the firstborn Israelites, 1,365 shekels, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. He gave the redemption silver to Aaron and his sons in obedience to the Lord, just as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, among the Levites, take a census of the Kohathites by their clans and their ancestral families, men from 30 years old to 50 years old, everyone who is qualified to do work at the tent of meeting. The service of the Kohathites at the tent of meeting concerns the most holy objects. Whenever the camp is about to move on, Aaron and his sons are to go in, take down the screening curtain, and cover the ark of the testimony with it. They're to place over this a covering made of fine leather, spread a solid blue cloth on top of it, and insert its poles. They are to spread a blue cloth over the table of presence and place the plates and the cups on it, as well as the bowls and pitchers for the drink offering. The regular bread offering is to be on it. They are to spread a scarlet cloth over them, cover them with a covering made of fine leather, and insert the poles in the table. They are to take a blue cloth and cover the lampstand for its light, with its lamp, snuffers, and fire pans, as well as its jars of oil by which they service it. They are to place it with its utensils inside a covering made of fine leather and put them on a carrying frame. They are to spread a blue cloth over the gold altar, cover it with covering made of fine leather, and insert its poles. They are to take all the serving utensils they use in the sanctuary, place them in a blue cloth, cover them with a covering made of fine leather, and put them on a carrying frame. They are to remove the ashes from the bronze altar, spread a purple cloth over it, and place all the equipment on it they use in serving: the fire pan, meat forks, shovels, and basins, and all the equipment of the altar. They are to spread a covering of fine leather over it and insert its poles. Aaron and his sons are to finish covering the holy objects and all their equipment whenever the camp is to move on. The Kohathites will come and carry them, but they are not to touch the holy objects or they will die. These are the transportation duties of the Kohathites regarding the tent of meeting. Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has oversight of the lamp oil, the fragrant incense, and the daily grain offering and the anointing oil. He has oversight of the entire tabernacle and everything in it, the holy objects and their utensils. Then the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, "Do not allow the Kohathites, tribal clan, to be wiped out from the Levites. Do this for them so that they may live and not die when they come near to the most holy objects. Aaron and his sons are not to go in and assign each man, Aaron and his sons are to go in and assign each man his task and transportation duty. The Kohathites are not to go in and look at the holy objects as they are covered, or they will die." The Lord spoke to Moses, "Take a census of the Gershonites, also in their ancestral families and their clans. Register men 30 years old and to 50 years old, everyone who is qualified to perform service, to do work at the tent of meeting." This is the service of the Gershonite clans regarding the work and transportation duties. They are to transport the tabernacle curtains, the tent of meeting with its covering, and the covering made of fine leather on top of it, the screen for the entrance to the tent of meeting, the hangings of the courtyard, the screen for the entrance of the gate of the courtyard that surround the tabernacle, the altar along with their ropes and all the equipment for their service. They will carry out everything that needs to be done with these items. All the service of the Gershonites, all their transportation duties, and all their other work is to be done at the command of Aaron and his sons. You are to assign to them all they are responsible to carry. This is the service of the Gershonite clans at the tent of meeting, and their duties will be under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron the priest. The duties of the Merarites. As for the Merarites, you are to register them by their clans and their ancestral families. Register men from 30 years old to 50 years old. Okay. Everyone who is qualified to do the work of the tent of meeting. This is what they are responsible to carry as the whole of their service at the tent of meeting: the supports of the tabernacle with its crossbars, pillars, and bases, the posts of the surrounding courtyard with its bases, tent pegs, ropes, including all their equipment and all the work related to them. You are to assign by name the items that they are responsible to carry. This is the service of the Merarite clans regarding all their work at the tent of meeting under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron. So Moses and Aaron and the leaders of the community registered to the Kohathites by their clan and their ancestral families. Men from 30 years old to 50 years old, everyone who is qualified for the work of the tent of the meeting. The men registered by their clans numbered 2,750. These were the registered men from Kohathite clans, everyone who could serve at the tent of meeting. Moses and Aaron registered them at the Lord's command through Moses. The Gershonites were registered by their clans and their ancestral families, men from 30 years old to 50 years old, everyone who was qualified for work at the tent of meeting. The men registered by their clans and their ancestral families numbered 2,630. These were the registered men of the Gershonite clans. At the Lord's command, Moses and Aaron registered everyone who could serve at the tent of meeting. The men of the Merarite clans were registered by their clans and their ancestral families, those from 30 years old to 50 years old, everyone who was qualified for the work at the tent of meeting. The men registered by their clans numbered 3,200. These were the registered men of the Merarite clans. Moses and Aaron registered them at the Lord's command through Moses. Moses, Aaron, and the leaders of Israel registered all the Levites by their clans and their ancestral families, from 30 years old to 50 years old, everyone who was qualified to do the work of serving at the tent of meeting and transporting it. Their registered men numbered 8,580. At the Lord's command, they were registered under the direction of Moses, each one according to his work and transportation duty, and his assignment was as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord instructed Moses, command the Israelites to send away anyone from the camp who is afflicted with a skin disease, anyone who has a discharge, anyone who is defiled because of a corpse. Send away both male and female. Send them outside the camp so they will not defile their camp where I dwell among them. The Israelites did this, sending them outside the camp. The Israelites did as the Lord instructed Moses. The Lord spoke to Moses, tell the Israelites, when a man or a woman commits any sin against his brother or against another, that person acts unfaithfully toward the Lord and is guilty. The person is to confess the sin he has committed. He is to pay full compensation and add a fifth to its value and give it to the individual he has wronged. But if that individual has no relative receive compensation, the compensation goes to the Lord for the priest, along with the atonement ram by which the priest will make atonement for the guilty person. Every holy contribution the Israelite presents to the priest will be his. Each one's holy contribution is his to give. What each one gives to the priest will be his. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, if any man's wife goes astray, excuse me. Looks like we have 3 viewers now. This is a very interesting part of Numbers. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, if any man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him and sleeps with another, but it is concealed from her husband, and she is undetected, even though she has defiled herself, since there was no witness against her, and she wasn't caught in the act. And if a feeling of jealousy comes over the husband, and he becomes jealous because of his wife who has defiled herself, or if a feeling of jealousy comes over him, and he becomes jealous of her, though she has not defiled himself, then the man is to bring his wife to the priest. He is to bring an offering for her of 2 quarts of barley flour. He is not to pour oil over it or put frankincense on it, because it is a grain offering of jealousy, a grain offering for remembrance to draw attention to guilt. The priest is to bring her forward and have her stand before the Lord. The priest is to take holy water in a clay bowl, take some of the dust from the tabernacle floor, and put it in the water. After the priest has the woman stand before the Lord, he is to let her hair down, and place in her hands the grain offering for remembrance, which is the grain offering of jealousy. The priest is to hold the bitter water that brings a curse. The priest will require the woman to take an oath and will say to her, if no man has slept with you, if you have not gone astray and have become defiled while under your husband's authority, be unaffected by this bitter water that brings a curse. But if you have gone astray while under your husband's authority, if you have defiled yourself and a man other than your husband has slept with you, at this point the priest will make the woman take an oath with the sworn curse, and he is to say to her, may the Lord make you into an object of your people's cursing and swearing, when he makes your womb shrivel and your belly swell. May this water that brings a curse enter your stomach, causing your belly to swell and your womb to shrivel. And the woman will reply, amen, amen. Then the priest is to write these curses on a scroll and wash them off in the bitter water. He will require the woman to drink the bitter water that brings a curse, and it will enter her and cause bitter suffering. The priest is to take the grain offering of jealousy from the woman, present the offering before the Lord, and bring it to the altar. The priest is to take a handful of grain offering as a memorial portion and burn it on the altar. Afterward, he will require the woman to drink the water. When he makes her drink the water, if she has defiled herself and been unfaithful to her husband, the water that brings a curse will enter her to cause bitter suffering. Her belly will swell, her womb will shrivel, she will become a curse among your people. But if the woman has not defiled herself and is pure, she will be unaffected and will be able to conceive children. This is the law regarding jealousy when a wife goes astray and defiles herself while under her husband's authority, or when a feeling of jealousy comes over her husband and he becomes jealous of his wife. He is to have the woman stand before the Lord, and the priest will carry out all these instructions for her. The husband will be free of guilt, but that woman will bear her iniquity. The Lord instructed Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, When a man or a woman makes a special vow, a Nazirite vow, to consecrate himself to the Lord, he is to abstain from wine and beer. He must not drink vinegar made from wine or from beer. He must not drink any grape juice or eat fresh grapes or raisins. He is not to eat anything produced by the raisins. He is not to eat anything produced by the grapevine, from seeds to skin, during the period of his consecration. He must not cut his hair, throughout the time of his vow of consecration. He may be holy until the time is complete, during which he consecrates himself to the Lord. He is not to let the hair of his head grow long. He is to let the hair of his head grow long. He must not go near a dead body during the time he consecrates himself to the Lord. He is not to defile himself for his father or mother or his brother or sister when they die, while the mark of consecration to his God is on his head. He is holy to the Lord during the time of consecration. If someone suddenly dies near him, defiling his consecrated head, he must shave his head on the day of his purification. He is to shave it on the 7th day. On the 8th day is to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting. The priest is to offer one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering to make atonement on behalf of the Nazirite, since he incurred guilt because of the corpse. On that day he is to consecrate his head again. He is to rededicate his time of consecration to the Lord and to bring a 1-year-old male lamb as a guilt offering. But do not count the initial period of consecration, because it became defiled. This is the law of the Nazirite. On the day of his time of consecration is completed, he is to be brought to the entrance of the tent of meeting. He is to present an offering to the Lord, one of unblemished year-old male lamb as a burnt offering, at 1 unblemished year-old female lamb as a sin offering, 1 unblemished ram as a fellowship offering, along with their grain offerings and drink offerings, and a basket of unleavened cakes made from fine flour mixed with oil and unleavened wafers coated with oil. That's a pretty big offering. Man, wow. The priest is to present these before the Lord and sacrifice the Nazirite's sin offering and burnt offering. He will also offer the ram as a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord, together with the basket of unleavened bread. Then the priest will offer the accompanying grain offering and drink offering. The Nazirite is to shave his consecrated head at the entrance of the tent of meeting, take the hair from his head, put it on the fire under the fellowship sacrifice. The priest is to take the boiled shoulder from the ram and 1 unleavened cake from the basket and 1 unleavened wafer, put them into the hands of the Nazirite after he has shaved his consecrated head. The priest is to present them as the presentation offering before the Lord. It is a holy portion for the holy portion for the priest, in addition to the breast of the presentation offering and the thigh of the contribution. After that, the Nazirite may drink wine. These are the instructions about the Nazirite vows, who vows his offering to the Lord for his consecration, in addition to whatever else he can afford. He must fulfill whatever vow he makes in keeping with the instruction for his consecration. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell Aaron and his sons, this is how you are to bless the Israelites. You should say to them," I love this, "May the Lord bless you and protect you, and may the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord look with favor upon you and give you peace. In this way they will pronounce my name over the Israelites, and I will bless them." And so, if I may, I'm just going to pray that same thing over Greenhouse and over the churches of Athens, Tennessee, and over the believers worldwide. May the Lord bless you and protect you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord look with favor upon you because of our Lord Jesus Christ, and may he give you peace. On the day Moses finished setting up the tabernacle, he anointed and consecrated it and all its furnishing, along with the altar and all its utensils. After he anointed and consecrated these things, the leaders of the Israel, heads of the ancestral families, presented an offering. They were the tribal leaders who supervised the registration. They brought as their offering before the Lord 6 covered carts, 12 oxen, a cart for every 2 leaders, and an ox from each one, and presented them in front of the tabernacle. The Lord said to Moses, "Accept these from them to be used in the work of the tent of meeting." Accept these from them to be used in the work of the tent of meeting, and give this offering to the Levites, to each division according to their service. Wow. So Moses took the carts, oxen, and gave them to the Levites. He gave the Gershonites 2 carts, 4 oxen corresponding to their service, and gave the Merariites 4 carts and 8 oxen corresponding to their service under the direction of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. But he did not give any to the Kohathites, since their responsibility was service related to the holy objects carried on their shoulders. The leaders also presented the dedication gift for the altar when it was anointed. The leaders presented their offerings in front of the altar. The Lord told Moses, each day have one leader present his offering for the dedication of the altar. Oh, thank you, Jonathan, John from Dominican Republic. I see your comment there. Thank you, brother. Love you, man. Love the work that you're doing. I pray every day for those Haitian girls, those 3 Haitians, Yuzelin, Fredline. We want them to get here to Tennessee Wesleyan, brother. I love you. Hope you and your new bride are doing great. Thanks for commenting on that, brother. The Lord, may the Lord be honored, and may He provide for those girls to get here to go to Tennessee Wesleyan and give them a hope and a future. All right, let's look at the dedication each day of the leaders from the different tribes. The one who presented his offering on the first day was Nahshon, son of Amminadab, from the tribe of Judah. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb, 1 year old, for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs, a year old, for the fellowship offering. This was the offering of Nahshon, son of Abinadab. On the second day, Nathaniel, son of Zoar, leader of Issachar, presented an offering. His offering, he presented 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb, a year old, for burnt offering, 1 male goat for sin offering, 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs, a year old, for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Nathaniel, son of Zoar. The third day, Eliab, son of Helon, leader of the Zebulonites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb, a year old, for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs, a year old, for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Eliab, son of Helon. On the fourth day, Eliezer, son of Shedor, leader of the Reubenites, presented an offering. His offering was, guess what? The same thing. 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb, a year old, for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs as a year old, for fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Eliezer, son of Shedor. On the fifth day, Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai, leader of the Simeonites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb, year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai. On the 6th day, Eliasaph, son of Duel, leader of the Gadites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 bowl weighing 4 ounces full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Eliasaph, son of Dwell. Feels like there should be a song with all of these different things. On the 7th day, Elishama, son of Amminahud, leader of the Ephraimites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for the grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Elishama, son of Amminahud. It kind of has a weird ring. On the 8th day, Gamaliel, son of Pedahzur, leader of the Manassites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of mixed fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for the burnt offering, 1 male goat for the sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs as a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Gamaliel, son of Pedahzur. On the 9th day, Abidan, son of Gideoni, leader of the Benjaminites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for the grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb, a year old for the burnt offering, 1 male goat for the sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Abidan, son of Gideoni. On the 10th day, I have to say the same thing 12 times, and thank God for it. I'm sure that this record was really important in the world of record keeping. On the 10th day, Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai, leader of the Danites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for the grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for the burnt offering, 1 male goat for the sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs for a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day, Pagiel, son of Ochran, leader of the Asherites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for the grain offering. 1 bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb, a year old for the burnt offering. 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Pagiel, son of Ochran. On the 12th day, so this is the 12th day of the last offering, number 12. The 12th day, Ahira, son of Enan, leader of the Naphtalites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. Both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense. 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb of a year old for the burnt offering. 1 male goat for the sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Ahira, son of Enan. This was the dedication gift from the leaders of Israel for the altar when it was anointed: 12 silver dishes, 12 silver basins, 12 gold bowls, each silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, each silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds. The total weight of the silver articles was 60 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. The 12 gold bowls full of incense weighed 4 ounces, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. The total weight of the gold bowls was 3 pounds. All the livestock for the burnt offering totaled 12 bulls, 12 rams, and 12 male lambs a year old with their grain offerings, and the 12 male goats for the sin offering. All the livestock for the fellowship sacrifice totaled 24 bulls, 60 rams, 60 male goats, and 60 male lambs a year old. This was the dedication gift for the altar after it was anointed. Moses entered the tent of meeting to speak with the Lord. He heard the voice speaking to him from above the mercy seat, that was on the ark of the testimony, from between the 2 cherubim. He spoke to him that way. Come on. That's good. I'm going to have to pause here for just a second while I go use the restroom. So we are going to pick up when I come back on Numbers chapter 8. If anybody would like to come in between now and 8 a.m., we have some spots available, impromptu spots available to read scripture here at the office, 350 Congress Parkway North. You can see my truck and you can park next to it, 350 Congress Parkway North. We'd love for you to read scripture with us in 30-minute blocks or an hour block. We have some open spots between now and 8 a.m. And then if you want to choose a prescribed spot, you can get on our Instagram or on our Facebook and click the links that will take you to the form to fill out, where you can see what times are available between 8 a.m. today and 10:30 p.m. Saturday. We are reading scripture together for 74 and a half hours. We think we can get through the whole Bible in 74 and a half hours. It's going to be a beautiful display of proclaiming God's word publicly, as it says in the book of Timothy. Give yourself to the public reading of scripture, Paul tells Timothy. And we want God's word to be transformative to our own hearts and to the community. So I hope you sign up. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And looks like we've got 3 people watching at 5 a.m. Or 4:37 a.m. That's not bad. I might be one of those people watching. I'm not sure. All right. Back to here. Excuse me. So we're back at Numbers chapter 8. We are now almost We are over 10 hours into reading Scripture. So exciting. So exciting. We just got through a lot of the offerings of the... Anyway. And some fruit gummies. Here. Numbers chapter 8. Thank you, Heather, if you're watching right now. I just got a message from Heather in the UK. We love you, Heather, over there in the UK. Tell me what time you sign up for, and we'll hook a Zoom call in or something like that. Hook you up into aux cord into our sound system here and have your face in front of this camera on a computer screen, or somehow do that. So we haven't figured that out completely, but come on, we'd love to have you. Jonathan and Morgan over in the Dominican Republic, if you want to do the same thing. We've heard from Johnny in Japan. He's going to join us. Talking to Fabio in Brazil. I'd love for him to read with us. The family of Christ is just all over the world, and wouldn't it be awesome for all of our family members to be reading Scripture together, and publicly in that way, just seeing the storyline of the gospel through the Scripture. All right, here we go. Numbers chapter 8. The Lord spoke to Moses. Speak to Aaron and tell him, when you set up the lamps, the 7 lamps are to give light in front of the lampstand. So Aaron did this. He set up its lamps to give light in front of the lampstand, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. This is the way the lampstand was made. It was a hammered work of gold, hammered from its base to its flower petals. The lampstand was made according to the pattern the Lord had shown Moses. The Lord spoke to Moses, take the Levites from among the Israelites and ceremonially cleanse them. Do this to them for their purification. Sprinkle them with the purification water. Have them shave their entire bodies and wash their clothes and so purify themselves. They are to take a young bull and its grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, and you are to take a second young bull for a sin offering. Bring the Levites before the tent of meeting and assemble the entire Israelite community. Then present the Levites before the Lord and have the Israelites lay their hands on them. Aaron is to present the Levites before the Lord as a presentation offering from the Israelites, so that they may perform the Lord's work. Next, the Levites are to lay their hands on the heads of the bulls, sacrifice one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering to the Lord, to make atonement for the Levites. You are to have the Levites stand before Aaron and his sons. You are to present them before the Lord as a presentation offering. In this way, you are to separate the Levites from the rest of the Israelites, so that the Levites will belong to me. After that, the Levites may come to serve at the tent of meeting, that is the tabernacle, once you have ceremonially cleansed them and presented them as a presentation offering. For they have been exclusively assigned to me from the Israelites. I have taken them for myself in place of all who come firstborn from the womb, every Israelite firstborn. For every firstborn among the Israelites is mine, both man and animal. I consecrate them to myself on the day I struck down every firstborn in the land of Egypt. But I have taken the Levites in place of every firstborn among the Israelites. From the Israelites, I have given the Levites exclusively to Aaron and his sons to perform the work for the Israelites at the tent of meeting, and to make atonement on their behalf, so that no plague will come against the sanctuary or against the Israelites when they approach the sanctuary. Moses, Aaron, and the entire Israelite community did this to the Levites. The Israelites did everything to them the Lord commanded Moses regarding the Levites. The Levites purified themselves and washed their clothes. Then Aaron presented them before the Lord as a presentation offering. Aaron also made atonement for them to cleanse them ceremonially. After that, the Levites came to do their work at the tent of meeting in the presence of Aaron and his sons. So they did to them as the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites. The Lord spoke to Moses, in regard to the Levites from 25 years old and more, a man enters the service and the work at the tent of meeting, but at 50 years old he is to retire from his service in the work and no longer serve. He may assist his brothers to fulfill responsibilities at the tent of meeting, but he must not do the work. This is how you are to deal with the Levites regarding their duties. That's really cool. The second Passover. In the first month of the second year after their departure from the land of Egypt, the Lord told Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, the Israelites are to observe the Passover at its appointed time. You must observe it at its appointed time on the 14th day of this month at twilight. You are to observe it according to all its statutes and ordinances. So Moses told the Israelites to observe the Passover, and they observed it in the first month on the 14th day at twilight in the wilderness of Sinai. The Israelites did everything as the Lord had commanded Moses. But there were some men who were unclean because of a human corpse. So they could not observe Passover on that day. These men came before Moses and Aaron that same day and said, "We're unclean because of a human corpse. Why should we be excluded from presenting the Lord's offering at its appointed time with other Israelites?" Moses replied to them, "Wait here until I hear what the Lord commands for you." Then the Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell the Israelites, when any one of you or your descendants is unclean because of a corpse or is on a distant journey, he may still observe a Passover to the Lord. Such people are to observe it in the second month, on the 14th day at twilight. They are to eat the animal with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They may not leave any of it until morning or break any of its bones. They must observe the Passover according to all its statutes. But the man who is ceremonially clean is not on a journey, and yet fails to observe the Passover, is to be cut off from his people because he did not present the Lord's offering at the appointed time. That man will bear the consequence of his sin. If an alien resides with you and wants to observe the Passover to the Lord, he is to do it according to the Passover statute and its ordinances. You are to apply the same statute both to the resident alien and the native of the land. On the day the tabernacle was set up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, the tent of the testimony, and appeared like a fire above the tabernacle from evening until morning. It remained that way continuously. The cloud would cover it, appearing like fire at night. Whenever the cloud was lifted up above the tent, can't speak. Whenever the cloud was lifted up above the tent, the Israelites would set out. At the place where the cloud stopped, there the Israelites camped. At the Lord's command, the Israelites set out, and the Lord's command they camped. As long as the cloud stayed over the tabernacle, they camped. Even when the cloud stayed over the tabernacle many days, the Israelites carried out the Lord's requirement and did not set out. Sometimes the cloud remained over the tabernacle for only a few days. They would camp at the Lord's command and set out on the Lord's command. Sometimes the cloud remained only from evening until morning. When the cloud lifted in the morning, they set out. Or if it remained a day and a night, they moved out when the cloud lifted. Whether it was 2 days, a month, or longer, the Israelites camped and did not set out as long as the cloud stayed over the tabernacle. But when it was lifted, they set out. They camped at the Lord's command, and they set out at the Lord's command. They carried out the Lord's requirement according to his command through Moses. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Make 2 trumpets of hammered silver to summon the community and have the camp set out. When both are sounded in a long blast, the entire community is to gather before you at the entrance of the tent of meeting. However, if only one is sounded, only the leaders, the heads of Israel's clans, are to gather before you. Whenever you sound short blasts, the camps pitched on the east are to set out. When you sound short blasts a second time, the camps pitched on the south are to set out. Short blasts are to be sounded for them to set out. When calling the assembly together, you are to sound long blasts, not short ones. The sons of Aaron the priests are to sound the trumpets. Your use of these is permanent statute through your generations. When you enter into battle in your land against an adversary who is attacking you, sound short blasts on the trumpets, and you will be remembered before the Lord your God and be saved from your enemies. You are to sound the trumpets over your burnt offerings and your fellowship offerings on your joyous occasions, your appointed festivals, and the beginning of each of your months. They will serve as a reminder for you before your God. I am the Lord your God. During the second year, in the second month, on the 20th day of the month, the cloud was lifted up above the tabernacle of the testimony. The Israelites traveled on from the wilderness of Sinai, moving from one place to the next until the cloud stopped over the wilderness of Paran. Thanks, Patrick. Appreciate it. They set out for the first time according to the Lord's command through Moses. The military divisions of the camp of Judah's descendants with their banners set out first, and Nahshon, son of Amminadab, was over their divisions. Nathaniel, son of Zoar, over the division of the tribe of Issachar's descendants, and Eliab, son of Helon, was over the division of the tribe of Zebulun's descendants. The tabernacle was then taken down, and the Gershonites and the Merarites set out, transporting the tabernacle. The military divisions of the camp of Reuben, with their banners set out, Elisur, son of Shadur, was over their division. Shemael, son of Zurishaddai, over their divisions in the tribe of Simeon's descendants, and Eliasaph, son of Duel, was over the division of the tribe of Gad's descendants. The Kohathites then set out, transporting the holy objects. The tabernacle was to be set up before their arrival. Next, the military divisions of the camp of Ephraim's descendants, with their banner set out, and Elishama, son of Ammihud, was over their divisions. Gamaliel, son of Padazur, was over the division of the tribe of Manasseh's descendants, and Abidan, the son of Gideoni, was over the division of the tribe of Benjamin's descendants. The military divisions of the camp of Dan's descendants, with their banner set out, serving as a rear guard for all the camps. And Ahieser, son of Ammishaddai, was over their divisions. Pagiel, son of Akron, was over the divisions of the tribe of Asher's descendants, and Ahira, son of Enom, was over the division of the tribe of Naphtali's descendants. This was the order of the march for the Israelites by their military divisions as they set out. Moses said to Hobab, descendant of Reuel, the Midianite, and Moses' relative by marriage, Reuel, the Midianite, "We're setting out for the place the Lord promised. I will give it to you." That's what the Lord promised. "Come with us, and we will treat you well, for the Lord has promised good things to Israel." But he replied, "I don't want to go. Instead, I will go to my own land and my relatives." "Please don't leave us," Moses said, "since you know where we should camp in the wilderness, and you can serve as our eyes. If you come with us, whatever good the Lord does for us, we will do for you." What a beautiful picture. They set out from the mountain of the Lord on a 3-day journey with the ark of the Lord's covenant, traveling ahead of them for those 3 days to seek a resting place for them. Meanwhile, the cloud of the Lord was over them by day when they set out for the camp. Whenever the ark set out, Moses would say, "Arise, Lord, let your enemies be scattered, and those who hate you flee from your presence." When it came to rest, he would say, "Return, Lord, to the countless thousands of Israel." So we've gotten through the first 10 chapters of the book of Numbers. We're about to get into the more narrative sections in the book of Numbers. So here we go. Numbers chapter 11. If anyone wants to come in the office here between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m., we have any time between that spot you can come and read. We've got some folks coming in starting at 8 a.m. We've got some slots available. You can click on the link and sign up and read God's word with us. So, Numbers chapter 11. Complaints about hardship. Now the people began complaining openly before the Lord about hardship. We never do that, do we? When the Lord heard, his anger burned, and fire from the Lord blazed among them and consumed the outskirts of the camp. The people cried to Moses, and he prayed to the Lord, and the fire died down. So the place was named Taberah, because the Lord's fire had blazed among them. Now keep in mind that he had just saved them. He sent 10 plagues over Egypt. He just had walked them through, this miraculous deliverance through, a sea splitting and dry land, and they just had walked out. He just gave them water from a rock and manna from heaven, and here they are complaining. So, it's, yeah. So, anyway, the people cried out to Moses. He prayed to the Lord, and the fire died down. The place was named Taberah because the Lord's fire had blazed among them. The riffraff among them had a strong craving for other food. The Israelites wept again and said, "Who will feed us meat? We remember the free fish we ate in Egypt, along with the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. But now our appetite is gone, and there's nothing to look at but this manna." Manna resembled coriander seed, and its appearance was like that of bellium. The people walked around and gathered it. They ground it on a pair of grinding stones or crushed it in a mortar, then boiled it in a cooking pot and shaped it into cakes. It tasted like a pastry cooked with the finest oil. When the dew fell on the camp at night, the manna would fall with it. Moses heard the people, family after family, weeping at the entrance of their tents. The Lord was very angry. the Lord was very angry, and Moses was provoked. So Moses asked the Lord, "Why have you brought such trouble on your servant? Why are you angry with me? Why do you burden me with all these people?" There's probably about 2 million people here. There's 603,000 people that were counted who were 20 years old and up who could be men, men of war. So there's probably about 2 million people, and all of them are complaining to Moses. "Did I conceive these people? Did I give birth so you should tell me? Carry them at your breast, and as a nanny carries a baby, to the land that you swore to give their fathers? Where can I get meat to give all these people? For they are weeping to me. Give us meat to eat. I can't carry all these people by myself. They are too much for me. If you're going to treat me like this, please kill me right now if I have found favor with you, and don't let me see my misery anymore." The Lord answered Moses, "Bring me 70 men from Israel, known to you as elders and officers of the people. Take them to the tent of meeting, and have them stand there with you. Then I will come down and speak with you there, and I will take some of the Spirit who is on you and put the Spirit on them. They will help you bear the burden of the people." Praise the Lord, so that you don't have to bear it by yourself. That speaks to me so much. Thank you, Lord. Tell the people, "Consecrate yourself in readiness for tomorrow, and you will eat meat because you wept in the Lord's hearing. Who will feed us meat? We were better off in Egypt. The Lord will give you meat, and you will eat. You will eat, not for 1 day, not for 2 days, not for 5 days or 10 days or 20 days, but for a whole month, until it comes out your nose and it becomes nauseating to you, because you have rejected the Lord who is among you and wept before him. Why did we ever leave Egypt?" But Moses replied, I'm in the middle of a people with 600,000 foot soldiers, yet you say, I will give them meat, and they will eat for a month? If flocks and herds were slaughtered for them, would they have enough? Or if all the fish in the sea were caught for them, would they have enough? The Lord answered Moses, "Is the Lord's arm weak? Now you will see whether or not what I have promised will happen to you." Come on. Moses went out and he told the people the words of the Lord. He brought 70 men from the elders of the people and had them stand around the tent. Then the Lord descended in the cloud and spoke to him. He took some of the Spirit that was on Moses and placed the Spirit on the 70 elders. As the Spirit rested on them, they prophesied, but they never did it again. 2 men had remained in the camp, one named Eldad and the other Medad. The Spirit rested on them. They were among those listed, but had not gone out to the tent. They prophesied in the camp. A young man ran and reported to Moses, "Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp." Joshua, son of Nun, assistant to Moses since his youth, responded, "Moses, my Lord, stop them." But Moses asked him, "Are you jealous on my account? If only all the Lord's people were prophets, and the Lord would place his Spirit on them." What an attitude of a leader. Way to go. Then Moses returned to the camp along with the elders. A wind sent by the Lord came up and blew quail in from the sea. It dropped them all around the camp. They were flying 3 feet off the ground, about a day's journey in every direction. The people were up all that day and night and all the next day gathering the quail. As one who took the least gathered 50 bushels, and they spread them out all around the camp. While the meat was still between their teeth, before it was chewed, the Lord's anger burned against his people, and the Lord struck them with a very severe plague. So they named that place Kibroth Hattaavah, because there they buried the people who had craved the meat. From Kibroth Hattaavah, the people moved to Hazeroth and remained there. Miriam and Aaron criticized Moses because of the Cushite woman he married, for he had married a Cushite woman. They said, "Does the Lord speak only through Moses? Does he not also speak through us?" And the Lord heard it. Moses was a very humble man, more so than anyone on the face of the earth. Suddenly the Lord said to Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, "You 3 come out to the tent of meeting." So the 3 of them went out. Then the Lord descended in a pillar of cloud and stood at the entrance and summoned Aaron and Miriam. When the 2 of them came forward, he said, "Listen to what I say. If there is a prophet among you, from the Lord. I myself make known to him in a vision. I speak with him in a dream. Not so with my servant Moses. Not so with my servant Moses. He is faithful in all my household. I speak with him directly, openly, not in riddles. He sees the form of the Lord. So why were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses? The Lord's anger burned against them, and he left. As the cloud moved away from the tent, Miriam's skin suddenly became diseased, resembling snow. When Aaron turned toward her, he saw that she was diseased and said to Moses, "My Lord, please don't hold against us this sin we have so foolishly committed. Please don't let her be like a dead baby whose flesh is half eaten when it comes out of its mother's womb." Then Moses cried to the Lord, "God, please heal her." The Lord answered Moses, "If her father had merely spit in her face, wouldn't she remain in disgrace for 7 days? Let her be confined outside the camp for 7 days. After that, she may be brought back in." So Miriam was confined outside the camp for 7 days, and the people did not move on until Miriam was brought back in. After that, the people set out from Hazeroth and camped in the wilderness of Paran. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Send men to scout out the land of Canaan I am giving to the Israelites. Send one man who is a leader among them from each of their ancestral tribes." Moses sent them from the wilderness of Paran to the Lord at the Lord's command. All the men were leaders in Israel. These were their names: Shemua, son of Zachor, from the tribe of Reuben; Shaphat, son of Hori, from the tribe of Simeon; Caleb, son of Jephunneh, from the tribe of Judah; Igal, son of Joseph, from the tribe of Issachar; Hashua, son of Nun, from the tribe of Ephraim; Palti, son of Raphu, from the tribe of Benjamin; Gadiel, son of Sodi, from the tribe of Zebulun; Gadi, son of Susi, from the tribe of Manasseh, and from the tribe of Joseph; Amiel, son of Gemali, from the tribe of Dan; Sethur, son of Michael, from the tribe of Asher; Nabi, son of Vopshi, son from the tribe of Naphtali; Huel, son of Machi, from the tribe of Gad. These were the names of the men Moses sent to scout out the land, and Moses renamed Hashua, son of Nun, Joshua. So Moses sent them to scout out the land of Canaan. He told them, "Go up this way to the Negev, then go up to the hill country. See what the land is like, whether the people who live there are strong or weak, few or many. Is the land they live in good or bad? Are the cities they live in encampments or fortifications? Is the land fertile or unproductive? Are there trees in it or not? Be courageous. Bring back some fruit from the land." It was the season for the first ripe grapes. So they went up and scouted out the land from the wilderness of Zin as far as Rahab near the entrance of Hamath. They went up through the Negev and came to Hebron, where the Ahiman, Shishai, and Talmi, the descendants of Anak, were living. Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. When they came to I just love that little, side note, by the way. It's like, hey, remember when we were in Egypt? And I love that historical note, too, because it's just a detail reminding us that, anyway. When they came to the valley of Eshcol, they cut down a branch with a single cluster of grapes, which was carried on a pole by 2 men. They also took some pomegranates and figs. That place was called the Valley of Eshcol, because the cluster of grapes the Israelites cut down. At the end of 40 days, they returned from scouting out the land. All right, Sally, thank you for listening in. Appreciate that. So here's this is where it turns really sad for the people in their wilderness wandering. About 2 years or over a year into their exodus into the wilderness here, they were at Mount Sinai. God constituted a nation. God brought together instructions for worship, leadership, gave them provisions. Now they sent to Canaan to see about how they were going to take ownership of the land God had promised. Then here comes back the report from the 12 spies in Numbers 13. The men went back to Moses, Aaron, and the entire Israelite community in the wilderness of Paran and Kadesh. They brought back a report for them and the whole community, and they showed them the fruit of the land. They reported to Moses, "We went into the land where you sent us. Indeed, it is flowing with milk and honey, and here is some of its fruit. However, the people living in the land are strong, and the cities are large and fortified. We also saw the descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites are living in the land of the Negev. The Hittites, the Jebusites, the Amorites live in the hill country, and the Canaanites live by the sea along the Jordan." Then Caleb quieted the people in the presence of Moses and said, "Let's go up now and take possession of the land, because we can certainly conquer it." But the men who had gone up with him responded, "We can't attack the people because they're stronger than we are." So they gave a negative report to the Israelites about the land they had scouted. "The land we passed through to explore is one that devours its inhabitants, and all the people we saw in it are men of great size. We even saw the Nephilim there. The descendants of Anak come from Nephilim. To ourselves we seemed like grasshoppers, and we must have seemed the same to them." Then the whole community broke into loud cries, and the people wept that night. All the Israelites complained about Moses again, and Aaron and the whole community told them, "If only we had died in Egypt, or if only we had died in the wilderness. Why is the Lord bringing us into this land to die by the sword? Our wives and children will become plunder. Wouldn't it be better for us to go back to Egypt?" So they said to one another, "Let's appoint a leader and go back to Egypt." Then Moses and Aaron fell face down in front of the whole assembly and the Israelite community. Joshua son of Nun and Caleb son of Jephunneh, who were among those who scouted out the land, tore their clothes and said to the Israelite community, "The land we passed through and explored is an extremely good land. If the Lord is pleased with us, he will bring us into the land, a land flowing with milk and honey, and give it to us. Only don't rebel against the Lord, and don't be afraid of the people of the land, for we will devour them. Their protection has been removed from them, and the Lord is with us. Don't be afraid of them." While the whole community threatened to stone them, the glory of the Lord appeared to all the Israelites at the tent of meeting. The Lord said to Moses, "How long will these people despise me? How long will they not trust in me despite all the signs that I have performed among them? I will strike them with a plague and destroy them. Then I will make you into a greater and mightier nation than they are." But Moses replied to the Lord. I love how he intercedes here. It's a picture of the intercession of Jesus Christ. "The Egyptians will hear about it. Your reputation's at stake. For by your strength you brought up these people from them. They will tell it to the inhabitants of the land. They will have heard that you, Lord, are among these people, how you, Lord, are seen face to face, how your cloud stands over them, how you go before them in a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. If you kill this people with a single blow, the nations that have heard of your fame will declare, 'Since the Lord wasn't able to bring these people into the land he swore to them, he slaughtered them in the wilderness.' So now, may my Lord's power be magnified just as you have spoken. The Lord is slow to anger and abounding in faithful love." Here he is praying God's character. The Lord is slow to anger and abounding in faithful love, forgiving iniquity and rebellion, but he will not leave guilty unpunished. He will not leave the guilty unpunished, bringing the consequences of the father's iniquity on the children to the third and fourth generation. Please pardon the iniquity of this people, in keeping with the greatness of your faithful love, just as you have forgiven them from Egypt until now." The Lord responded, "I have pardoned them as you requested, yet as surely as I live, and as the whole earth is filled with the Lord's glory, none of the men who have seen my glory and the signs I performed in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have tested me these 10 times, and did not obey me, will ever see the land I swore to give their fathers. None of those who have despised me will see it. But since my servant Caleb has a different spirit and has remained loyal to me, I will bring him into the land where he has gone, and his descendants will inherit it. Since the Amalekites and the Canaanites are living in the lowlands, turn back tomorrow and head for the wilderness in the direction of the Red Sea." Then the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, "How long must I endure this evil community that keeps complaining about me? I have heard the Israelites' complaints that they make against me. Tell them, as surely as I live, this is the Lord's declaration, I will do to you exactly as I heard you say. Your corpses will fall in this wilderness, all of you who were registered in the census, the entire number of you 20 years old or more, because you have complained about me. I swear that none of you will enter the land I promised to settle you except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, son of Nun. I will bring your children, whom you said would become plunder, into the land you rejected, and they will enjoy it. But as for you, your corpses will fall in the wilderness. Your children will be shepherds in the wilderness for 40 years and bear the penalty for your acts of unfaithfulness until all your corpses lie scattered in the wilderness. You will bear the consequences of your iniquities 40 years based on the number of 40 days you scouted out the land, a year for each day. You will know my displeasure. I, the Lord, have spoken. I swear that I will do this to the entire evil community that has conspired against me. They will come to an end in the wilderness, and there they will die." So the men Moses sent to scout out to the land, and who returned and incited the entire community to complain about him by spreading a negative report about the land, those men who spread the negative report about the land were struck down by the Lord. Only Joshua, son of Nun, and Caleb, son of Jephunneh, remained alive of those men who went to scout out the land. When Moses reported these words to all the Israelites, the people were overcome with grief. They got up early the next morning and went up to the ridge hill country, saying, "Let's go to the place the Lord promised, because we were wrong." And Moses said, "Why are you going against the Lord's command? It won't succeed. Don't go, because the Lord is not among you, and you will be defeated by your enemies. The Amalekites, the Canaanites are right in front of you, and you will fall by the sword. The Lord won't be with you, since you have turned from following him." But they dared to go up the ridge of the hill country, even though the ark of the Lord's covenant and Moses did not leave the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites, who lived in that part of the hill country, came down, attacked them, and routed them as far as Hormah. The Lord instructed Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them, when you enter the land that I am giving you to settle in, then you make a fire offering to the Lord from the herd of the flock, either a burnt offering or a sacrifice to fulfill a vow, or as a freewill offering or at your appointed festivals to produce a pleasing aroma to the Lord. As one presenting his offering to the Lord is also present a grain offering of 2 quarts of fine flour mixed with a quart of oil. Prepare a quart of wine as a drink offering with the burnt offering or sacrifice of each lamb. If you prepare a grain offering with a ram, it is to be 4 quarts of fine flour mixed with 1/3 of a gallon of oil. Also present 1/3 of the gallon of wine for a drink offering as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. If you prepare a young bull as a burnt offering or as a sacrifice to fulfill a vow, or as a fellowship offering to the Lord, I'm going to have to leave here in about an hour and a half. If anyone would like to come in and read for a segment of time when I'm gone, would love for you to come in and read here. So let me know if that's something you're interested in. You can message us on the Instagram, Facebook, or YouTube, or you can just come and knock at the door, 350 Congress Parkway North. All right, a grain offering, 6 quarts of fine flour mixed with 2 quarts of oil is to be presented with the bull. Also present 2 quarts of wine as a drink offering. It is a fire offering, pleasing aroma to the Lord. This is to be done for each ox, ram, lamb, or goat. This is how you are to prepare each of them, no matter how many. Every Israelite is to prepare these things in this way when he presents a fire offering as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. When an alien resides with you or someone else is among you and wants to prepare a fire offering as a pleasing aroma to the Lord, he is to do exactly as you do throughout your generations. The assembly is to have the same statute both for you and the resident alien as a permanent statute throughout your generations. You and the alien will be alike before the Lord. The same law and the same ordinance will apply to both the alien, you and the alien who resides with you. The Lord instructed Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them, after you enter the land where I am bringing you, you are to offer a contribution to the Lord when you eat from the food of the land. You are to offer a loaf from your first batch of dough, as a contribution. Offer it just like a contribution from the threshing floor. Throughout your generations, you are to give the Lord a contribution from the first batch of dough. When you sin unintentionally and do not obey these commands that the Lord has spoken through Moses, all that the Lord has commanded you through Moses from the day the Lord issued the commands and onward throughout your generations, and if it was done unintentionally without the community's awareness, the entire community is to prepare one young bull for a burnt offering as a pleasing aroma to the Lord, with its grain offering and drink offering according to the regulation, and one male goat as a sin offering. The priest will then make atonement for the entire Israelite community so that they may be forgiven, for the sin was unintentional. They are to bring their offering, one made by fire, to the Lord, and the sin offering before the Lord for their unintentional sin. The entire Israelite community and the alien who resides among them will be forgiven, since it happened to all the people unintentionally. If one person sins unintentionally, he is to present a year-old female goat as a sin offering. The priest will then make atonement before the Lord on behalf of the person who acts in error, sinning unintentionally. And when he makes atonement for him, he will be forgiven. You are to have the same law for the person who acts in error, whether he is an Israelite or an alien who resides among you. But the person who acts defiantly, whether native or a resident alien, blasphemies the Lord, that person is to be cut off from his people. He will certainly be cut off because he has despised the Lord's word and broken his command. His guilt remains on him. When the Israelites were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering wood on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering wood brought him to Moses and Aaron and the entire community. They placed him in custody because it had not been decided what should be done. Then the Lord said to Moses, the man is to be put to death. The entire community is to stone him outside the camp. So the entire community brought him outside the camp and stoned him to death as the Lord had commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them that throughout their generations they are to make tassels for the corners of their garments and put blue cords on the tassels at each corner. These will serve as tassels for you to look at, so that you may remember all the Lord's commands and obey them, and not prostitute yourselves by following your own heart and your own eyes. So that you may remember all the Lord's commands and obey them, and not prostitute yourselves by following your own heart and your own eyes. Interesting. This way you will remember and obey all my commands and be holy to your God. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God. Chapter 16 in the book of Numbers. Now Korah, son of Ishar, son of Kohath, son of Levi, with Dathan, Abiram, sons of Eliab, and On, son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took 250 prominent Israelite men, the prominent men, the pillars of the community, who were leaders in the community and representatives of the assembly. They've been there since the beginning. They came together against Moses and Aaron and told them, you've gone too far. Everyone in the entire community is holy. Everybody is holy. And the Lord is among them. Why then do you exalt yourself above the Lord's assembly? When Moses heard this, he fell face down. Then he said to Korah and all his followers, tomorrow morning the Lord will reveal who belongs to him, who is set apart, and the one who belongs to him, who is set apart, and the one who he will let come near him. He will let the one he chooses come near him. Korah, you and all your followers are to do this. Take fire pans, and tomorrow place fire in them and put incense on them before the Lord. Then the man the Lord chooses will be the one who is set apart. It is you Levites who have gone too far. Moses also told Korah, now listen, Levites, isn't it enough for you that the God of Israel has separated you from the Israelite community to bring you near to himself, to perform the work at the Lord's tabernacle, and to stand before the community to minister to them? He has brought you near, and all your fellow Levites who are with you. But you are pursuing the priesthood as well. Therefore, it is you and your followers who have conspired against the Lord. As for Aaron, who is he that you should complain about it? Moses sent for Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, but they said, "We will not come up. It is not enough that you brought us up from the land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness. Do you also have to appoint yourself as a ruler over us? Furthermore, you didn't bring us to a land flowing with milk and honey or give us inheritance of field and vineyards. Will you gouge out the eyes of these men? And we will not come." Then Moses became angry and said to the Lord, "Don't respect their offering. I have not taken one donkey from them or mistreated a single one of them." So Moses told Korah, "You and all your followers are to appear before the Lord tomorrow, you and they and Aaron. Each of you is to take his fire pan, place incense in it, and present his fire pan before the Lord. 250 fire pans. You and Aaron are to each present your fire pan also." Each man took his fire pan, placed fire in it, and put incense on it, and stood at the entrance to the tent of meeting along with Moses and Aaron. After Korah assembled the whole community against them at the entrance of the tent of meeting, the glory of the Lord appeared to the whole community. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, "Separate yourselves from this community, so I may consume them instantly." But Moses and Aaron fell face down and said, God who gives breath to all, God of the spirits of all flesh, God, when one man sins, will you vent your wrath on the entire community? The Lord replied to Moses, "Tell the community, get away from the dwellings of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram." Moses got up and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of the community followed him. He warned the community, "Get away now from the tents of these wicked men. Don't touch anything that belongs to them, for you will be swept away because of their sins." So they got away from the dwellings of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Meanwhile, Dathan and Abiram came out and stood at the entrance of their tents with their wives, children, and infants. Moses said, "This is how you will know that the Lord sent me to do all these things, and that it was not of my own will. If these men die naturally, as all people would, and suffer the fate of all, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord brings about something unprecedented, and the ground opens its mouth and swallows them along with all that belongs to them, so that they go down alive to Sheol, then you will know that these men have despised the Lord." Just as he finished speaking these words, the ground beneath them split open, the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them and their households and all Korah's people and all their possessions. They went down alive into Sheol with all that belonged to them. The earth closed over them, and they vanished from the assembly. At their cries, all the people of Israel were around them fled, because they thought, "The earth may swallow us too." Fire also came out from the Lord and consumed 250 men who were presenting the incense. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, to remove the fire pans from the burning debris, because they are holy, and scatter the fire away. As for the fire pans, those who sinned at the cost of their own lives, make them into hammered sheets as their plating for the altar, for they presented them before the Lord, and the fire pans are holy. They will be a sign to the Israelites." So the priest Eleazar took the bronze fire pans that were burned and presented, and they were hammered into plating for the altar, just as the Lord commanded him through Moses. It was to be a reminder for the Israelites that no unauthorized person outside the lineage of Aaron should approach to offer incense before the Lord and become like Korah and his followers. The next day, the entire Israelite community complained. We hear that word a lot in the book of Numbers. The entire Israelite community complained about Moses and Aaron, saying, "You killed the Lord's people." When the community assembled against them, Moses and Aaron turned toward the tent of meeting, and suddenly the cloud covered it, and the Lord's glory appeared. Moses and Aaron went in front of the tent of meeting, and the Lord said to Moses, "Get away from this community so that I may consume them instantly." But they fell face down. Then Moses said to Aaron, "Take your fire pan, place fire in the altar, and add incense. Go quickly to the community and make atonement for them, because the wrath has come from the Lord, the plague has begun." So Aaron took his fire pan, and Moses' order ran in the middle of the assembly. He saw that the plague had begun on the people. After he added incense, made atonement for the people, he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was halted. But those who died from the plague numbered 14,700, in addition to those who died because of the Korah incident. Aaron then returned to Moses at the entrance of the tent of meeting, since the plague had been halted. The Lord instructed Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and take one staff from each ancestral tribe, 12 staffs from all the leaders of their tribes. Write each man's name on a staff. Write Aaron's name on Levi's staff, because there is to be one staff for the heads of each tribe. Then place them in the tent of meeting in front of the testimony where I met with you. The staff of the man I choose will sprout, and I will rid myself of the Israelites' complaints that they have been making about you." I love how God vindicates. It's not Moses that's trying to stand up for himself. It's God that vindicates. So Moses spoke to the Israelites, and each of their leaders gave him a staff, one for each of the leaders of their tribe, 12 staffs in all. Aaron's staff was among them. Moses placed the staffs before the Lord in the tent of meeting. It's kind of neat because back here in chapter 15, they were violating certain laws, and God said, "All right, let's do this so you remember, so this doesn't happen again." And about chapter 17, the same thing's happening. It's like, okay, you violated this. Let's try to do this so you remember and don't do this again. The next day, Moses entered the tent of the testimony, saw that Aaron's staff, representing the house of Levi, had sprouted, formed, buds blossomed, and produced almonds. Moses then brought out the staffs from the Lord's presence to all the Israelites. They saw them, and each man took his own staff. And the Lord told Moses, "Put Aaron's staff back in the front of the testimony to be kept as a sign for the rebels, so that you may put an end to their complaints before me, or else they will die." So Moses did as the Lord commanded. Then the Israelites declared to Moses, "Look, we're perishing, we're lost, we're all lost. Anyone who comes near the Lord's tabernacle will die. We will all perish? Will we all perish?" The Lord said to Aaron, "You and your sons and your ancestral family will be responsible for the iniquity against the sanctuary. You and your sons will be responsible for the iniquity involving your priesthood. But also, bring your relatives with you from the tribe of Levi, your ancestral tribe, so that they may join you and assist you and your sons in front of the tent of you for the whole, in front of the tent of your testimony. Join you and assist you and your sons in front of the tent. They are to perform duties for you and for the whole tent. They must not come near the sanctuary equipment or the altar, otherwise both they and you will die. They are to join you and guard the tent of meeting, doing all the work at the tent, but no authorized person may come near you. You are to guard the sanctuary and the altar, so that wrath may not fall on the Israelites again. Look, I have selected your fellow Levites from the Israelites as a gift for you, assigning the Lord to work at the tent of meeting, assigned by the Lord, But you and your sons will carry out your priestly responsibilities for everything concerning the altar and for what is inside the curtain, and you will do that work. I am giving you the work of the priesthood as a gift, but an unauthorized person who comes near the sanctuary will be put to death." So you have the priests who are primarily ministering the incense, the sacrifices, the Day of Atonement, and that sort of thing. They're performing the mediation part, and the Levites who are performing a servant function and taking care of the practical needs around the tabernacle. God had created a distinction there, priest and Levite. Then the Lord said to Aaron, "Look, I have put you in charge of the contributions brought to me. As for all the holy offerings of the Israelites, I have given them to you and your sons as a portion and a permanent statute. A portion of the holiest offerings kept from the fire will be yours. Every one of their offerings that they give me, whether grain offering, sin offering, guilt offering, will be most holy for you and your sons. You are to eat it as a most holy offering. Every male may eat it. It is to be holy to you. The contribution of their gifts also belongs to you. I have given all the Israelites presentation offerings to you and your sons and your daughters as a permanent statute. Every ceremonially clean person in your house may eat it. I am giving you all the best of the fresh oil, new wine, and grain, which the Israelites give to the Lord as their first fruits. The first fruits of all that is in the land, which they bring to the Lord, belong to you. Every clean person in your house may eat it. Everything in Israel that is permanently dedicated to the Lord belongs to you. The firstborn of every living thing, human or animal, presented to the Lord belongs to you. You must certainly redeem a human firstborn and redeem the firstborn of an unclean animal. You will pay the redemption price for a month-old male according to your assessment, 5 shekels of silver by the standard sanctuary shekel, which is 20 gerahs. However, you must not redeem the firstborn of an ox, a sheep, or a goat. They are holy. You are to splatter their blood on the altar and burn their fat as a fire offering for a pleasing aroma to the Lord. But their meat belongs to you. It belongs to you like the breast of the presentation offering and the right thigh. I give it to you and to your sons and daughters and all the holy contributions that the Israelites present to the Lord as a permanent statute. It is a permanent covenant of salt before the Lord for you as well as your offspring. The Lord told Aaron, you will not have an inheritance in their land. There will be no portion among them for you. I am your portion and your inheritance among the Israelites. Look, I have given the Levites every tenth in Israel as an inheritance in return for the work they do, the work of the tent of the meeting. The Israelites must never again come near the tent of the meeting, or they will incur guilt and die. Levites will do the work of the tent of meeting, and they will bear the consequences of their iniquity. The Levites will not receive an inheritance among the Israelites. This is a permanent statute throughout your generations. For I have given them the tenth that the Israelites presented to the Lord as a contribution for their inheritance. That is why I told them that they would not receive an inheritance among the Israelites. The Lord instructed Moses, speak to the Levites and tell them, when you receive from the Israelites the tenth that I have given you as your inheritance, you are to present part of it as an offering to the Lord, a tenth of the tenth. So, the Levites and the priests got a tenth, or maybe the Levites got a tenth, and then they were to take the tenth that they received, and they were to give a tenth as an offering to the Lord. Your offering will be credited to you as if it were your grain from the threshing floor, the full harvest of the winepress. You are to present an offering to the Lord from every tenth you receive from the Israelites. Give some of it to the priest, Aaron, as an offering to the Lord. You must present the entire offering due the Lord from all your gifts. The best part of the tenth is to be consecrated. Tell them further, once you have presented the best part of the tenth, and it is credited to you Levites as the produce of the threshing floor or the winepress, then you and your household may eat it anywhere. It is your wage in return for your work at the tent of meeting. You will not incur guilt because of it once you have presented the best part of it, but you must not defile the Israelites' holy offering so that you will not die. So here we are, Numbers 19. Let me just go get something to drink here real quick. I'm so grateful for God's word, and I find myself right here in the storyline of Scripture. I would have been right there with those Israelites coming out of there saying, "Oh man, this food is terrible. Who put Moses in charge? Let's go back." I would have been right there among them. Most of us would have. So let me grab something to eat. I'll be right back. We got 3 viewers. If you got any comments, write it on the posting thread below, and we will. I'll be right back. Okay. Let me use the restroom and get me some water. So I'm just warming up some coffee for myself. I have to thank Cecilia Anderson for coming in at I think it was 1:30 in the morning or 1:15 in the morning and brought me some coffee. So thank you, Cecilia, and taking over for a little bit. Oh, you can't see me. So thank you for that. I'm warming up the coffee that you brought me this morning. It was so kind of you to do that. And so we are reading through Scripture. We are in Numbers 19. If you haven't signed up to read with us, check out the links in our social media accounts or the email I sent if you're on our email list. If you're not on our email list, let us know. We'd love to put you on that, and you can get more just weekly devotions and stay in the loop on what's happening. So thanks for joining in here. We're going to keep reading through the book of Numbers. We are now officially 11 hours. We are 11 hours into our 74 and a half hour read through the Bible. Read the Bible with me. Project, event, readathon, whatever you want to call it. We want to be transformed by God's Word. And boy, if I could, I know we're not in the book of Psalms yet, but I think it would just be I would just love to sing God's Word, Thy Word. You remember that old chorus? Thy Word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. Your Word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. And that is our prayer, is that as we encounter God in His Word, that He really does help us see the storyline of Scripture, help us see the gospel of Jesus, the grace of God, the relentless pursuit of God over our lives. Even when we look at these Old Testament passages, we see His holiness and His justice, and that was exactly what was poured out on the cross in Christ. So the cross is not just a demonstration of the love of God for us, it's also a demonstration of the justice of God against sin, which is why it's such a great act of love for us. So let's keep reading here. If you want to sign up to join us in, we have some spots between now and 8 a.m. We'd love to get you in here between now and 8 a.m. to read with us. You come in, get you some coffee, tea, or a drink. Numbers 19. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. This is the legal statute that the Lord commanded. Instruct the Israelites to bring you an unblemished red cow that has no defect and has never been yoked. Give it to the priest Eleazar, and he will have it brought outside the camp and slaughtered in his presence. The priest Eleazar is to take some of the blood with his finger and sprinkle it 7 times toward the front of the tent of meeting. The cow is to be burned in his sight. Its hide, flesh, and blood are to be burned along with its waste. Who is it? Who is it? Patrick. What's up, man? Come on in. You want to read a little bit?
I didn't want to take your spot.
No, if you want to. Sure, man. I'll just pass that over. Yeah, dude, so come on, man. Patrick just walked in, so he's going to take over for a little bit. I
figured you've been doing this a while, right?
Well, yeah, me and some. There's been.
Yeah, I saw some people jumped in.
Yeah, we're right here. About the red heifer here. The cow right there.
Just keep going. Am I good?
Yeah, so Patrick's joining us, y'all. So if anybody else wants to come in between now and 8 a.m., love to have you, Patrick. Thanks, man, for coming in.
You're in. You just started.
Yeah.
19 or.
Yeah, 19. I think the cow, verse 5.
Okay. The cow is to be burned in his sight. Its hide, flesh, and blood are to be burned along with its waste. The priest is to take wood, hyssop, and crimson yarn and throw them onto the fire where the cow is burning. Then the priest must wash his clothes and bathe his body in water. After that, he may enter the camp but he will remain ceremonially unclean until evening. The one who burned the cow must also wash his clothes and bathe his body in water, and he will remain unclean until evening. A man who is clean is to gather up the cow's ashes and deposit them outside the camp in a ceremonially clean place. The ashes will be kept by the Israelite community for preparing the water to remove impurity. It is a sin offering. Then the one who gathers up the cow's ashes must wash his clothes, and he will remain unclean until evening. This is a permanent statute for the Israelites and for the alien who resides among them. The person who touches any human corpse will be unclean for 7 days. He is to purify himself with the water on the 3rd day and the 7th day, then he will be clean. But if he does not purify himself on the 3rd and 7th day, he will not be clean. Anyone who touches the body of a person who has died and does not purify himself defiles the tabernacle of the Lord. That person will be cut off from Israel. He remains unclean because the water for impurity has not been sprinkled on him, and his uncleanness is still on him. This is the law when a person dies in a tent. Everyone who enters the tent and everyone who is already in the tent will be unclean for 7 days. And any open container without a lid tied on it is unclean. Anyone in the open field who touches a person who has been killed by the sword or has died, or who even touches a human bone or a grave, will be unclean for 7 days. For the purification of an unclean person, they are to take some of the ashes of the burnt sin offering, put them in a jar, and add fresh water to them. The person who is clean is to take hyssop, dip it in the water, and sprinkle the tent, all of the furnishings, and the people who are there. He is also to sprinkle the one who touched a bone, a grave, a corpse, or a person who had been killed. The one who is clean is to sprinkle the unclean person on the 3rd day and the 7th day. After he purifies the unclean person on the 7th day, the one being purified must wash his clothes and bathe in water, and he will be clean by evening. But a person who is unclean and does not purify himself, that person will be cut off from the assembly, because he has defiled the sanctuary of the Lord. The water for impurity has not been sprinkled on him. He is unclean. This is a permanent statute for them. The person who sprinkles the water for impurity is to wash his clothes, and whoever touches the water for impurity will be unclean until evening. Anything the unclean person touches will become unclean, and anyone who touches it will become unclean until evening. The entire Israelite community entered the wilderness of Zin in the 1st month, and they settled in Kadesh. Miriam died and was buried there. There was no water for the community, so they assembled against Moses and Aaron. The people quarreled with Moses and said, "If only we had perished when our brothers perished before the Lord. Why have you brought the Lord's assembly into the wilderness here, and our livestock to die here? Why have you led us up from Egypt to bring us this evil place? It is not a place of grain, figs, vines, and pomegranates, and there's no water to drink." Then Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly to the doorway of the tent of the meeting, and they fell face down, and the glory of the Lord appeared to them. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Take the staff and assemble the community. You and your brother Aaron are to speak to the rock while they watch, and it will yield its water. You will bring out the water for them from the rock and provide drink for the community and their livestock." So Moses took the staff from the Lord's presence, just as he had commanded him. Moses and Aaron summoned the assembly in front of the rock, and Moses said to them, "Listen, you rebels. Must we bring water out of this rock for you?" Then Moses raised his hand and struck the rock twice with his staff, so that abundant water gushed out, and the community and their livestock drank. But the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not trust me to demonstrate my holiness in the sight of the Israelites, you will not bring this assembly into the land that I have given them. These are the waters of Meribah, where Israelites quarreled with the Lord, and he demonstrated his holiness to them." Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. "This is what your brother Israel says. You know the hardships that have overtaken us. Our fathers went down to Egypt, and we lived in Egypt many years. But the Egyptians treated us and our fathers badly. When we cried out to the Lord, he heard our plea and sent an angel, and brought us out of Egypt. Now look, we are in Kadesh, a city on the border of your territory. Please let us travel through your land. We won't travel through any field or vineyard or drink any well water. We will travel the king's highway. We won't turn to the right or to the left until we have traveled through your territory. But Edom answered him, You will not travel through our land, or we will come out and confront you with the sword. We will go on the main road, the Israelites replied to them. And if we or our herds drink your water, we will pay its price. There will be no problem. Only let us travel through on foot. Yet Edom insisted, You may not travel through. And they came out to confront them with a large force of heavily armed people. Edom refused to allow Israel to travel through their territory, and Israel turned away from them. After they set out from Kadesh, the entire Israelite community came to Mount Hor. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron at Mount Hor on the border of the land of Edom, Aaron will be gathered to his people. He will not enter the land that I have given the Israelites, because you both rebelled against my command at the waters of Meribah. Take Aaron and his son Eleazar and bring them up to Mount Hor. Remove Aaron's garments and put them on his son Eleazar. Aaron will be gathered to his people and die there. So Moses did as the Lord commanded. They climbed Mount Hor in the sight of the whole community. After Moses removed Aaron's garments and put them on his son Eleazar, Aaron died there on top of the mountain. Then Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain. When the whole community saw that Aaron had passed away, the entire house of Israel mourned him 30 days. Chapter 21. When the Canaanite king of Arad, who lived in the Negev, heard that Israel was coming on the Atharim road, he fought against Israel and captured some prisoners. Then Israel made a vow to the Lord. If you will hand this people over to us, we will completely destroy their cities. The Lord listened to Israel's request and handed the Canaanites over to them, and Israel completely destroyed them and their cities. So they named the place Hormah. Then they set out from Mount Hor by way of the Red Sea to bypass the land of Edom. But the people became impatient because of the journey. The people spoke against God and Moses. Why have you led us up from Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread or water, and we detest this wretched food. Then the Lord sent poisonous snakes among the people, and they bit them, so that many Israelites died. Right? The people then came to Moses and said, We have sinned against you by speaking against the Lord and against you. Intercede with the Lord so that he will take the snakes away from us. And Moses interceded for the people. Then the Lord said to Moses, Make a snake image and mount it on a pole. When anyone who is bitten looks at it, he will recover. So Moses made a bronze snake and mounted it on a pole. Whenever someone was bitten and he looked at the bronze snake, he recovered. The Israelites set out and camped at Oboth. They set out from Oboth and camped at Ayi Abarim in the desert that borders Moab on the east. From there he went and camped at Zered Valley. They set out from there and camped on the other side of the Arnon River in the wilderness that extends from the Amorite border, because the Arnon was the Moabite border between Moab and the Amorites. Therefore it is stated in the book of the Lord's wars, Waheb and Supah and the ravines of the Arnon, even the slopes of the ravines that extended to the site of Ar and lie along the border of Moab. From there they went to Beer, the well the Lord told Moses about. Gather the people so that I may give them water. Then Israel sang this song, Spring up well, sing to it. The princes dug the well, the nobles of the people hollowed it out with a scepter and with their staffs. They went from the wilderness to Matarma, from Matarma to Nahaliel, from Nahaliel to Bamoth, from Bamoth to the valley in the territory of Moab near Pisgah highlands that overtook the wasteland. Israel sent messengers to King Sihon of the Amorites. Let us travel through your land. We won't go into the fields or vineyards. We won't drink any well water. We will travel the king's highway until we have traveled through your territory. But Sihon would not let Israel travel through his territory. Instead, he gathered his whole army and went out to confront Israel in the wilderness. When he came to Jahaz, he fought against Israel. Israel struck him with the sword and took possession of his land from the Arnon to the Jabbok, but only up to the Ammonite border because it was fortified. Israel took all the cities and lived in all these Amorite cities, including the Heshbon and all its surrounding villages. Heshbon was the city of King Sihon of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab and had taken control of all his land as far as the Arnon. Therefore the poets say, "Come to Heshbon, let it be rebuilt, let the city of Sihon be restored. For fire came out of Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon. It consumed Ar of Moab, the citizens of Arnon's heights. Woe to you, Moab, you have been destroyed, people of Chemosh." He gave up his sons as refugees and his daughters into captivity to Sihon the Amorite king. We threw them down. Heshbon has been destroyed as far as Dibon. We caused desolation as far as Napha, which reaches as far as Medeba. So Israel lived in the Amorites' land. After Moses sent spies to Jazer, Israel captured its surrounding villages and drove out the Amorites who were there. Then they turned and went up the road to Bashan, and King Og of Bashan came out against them and with his whole army to do battle at Edrei. But the Lord said to Moses, "Do not fear him, for I have handed him over to you along with his whole army and his land. Do to him as you did to King Sihon of the Amorites who lived in Heshbon." So they struck him, his sons, and his whole army until no one was left and took possession of the land. So, chapter 22. The Israelites traveled on and camped in the plains of Moab near the Jordan across from Jericho. Now Balak, son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. Moab was terrified because the people were numerous, and Moab dreaded the Israelites. So the Moabites said to the elders of Midian, "This horde will devour everything around us like an ox eats up the green plants in the field." Since Balak, son of Zippor, was Moab's king at the time, he sent messengers to Balaam, son of Beor, at Pethor, which is by the Euphrates in the land of his people. Balak said to him, "Look, a people has come out of Egypt. They cover the surface of the land and are living right across from me. Please come and put a curse on these people for me, because they are more powerful than I am. I may be able to defeat them and drive them out of the land, for I know that those you bless are blessed, and those you curse are cursed." The elders of Moab and Midian departed with fees for divination at hand. They came to Balaam and reported Balak's words to him. He said to them, "Spend the night here, and I will give you an answer that the Lord tells me." So the officials of Moab stayed with Balaam. Then God came to Balaam and asked, "Who are these men with you?" Balaam replied to God, "Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, sent this message to me. Look, a people has come out of Egypt, and they cover the surface of the land. Now come and put a curse on them for me. I may be able to fight against them and drive them away." Then God said to Balaam, "You are not to go with them. You are not to curse this people, for they are blessed." So Balaam got up the next morning, said to Balak's officials, "Go back to your land, because the Lord has refused to let me go with you." The officials of Moab arose, turned to Balak, and reported, "Balaam refused to come with us." Balak sent officials again, who were more numerous and higher in rank than the others. They came to Balaam and said to him, "This is what Balak, son of Zippor, says. Let nothing keep you from coming to me, for I will greatly honor you and do whatever you ask me. So please come and put a curse on these people for me." But Balaam responded to the servants of Balak, "If Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go against the command of the Lord to do anything small or great. Against the command of the Lord my God. Sorry. Please stay here overnight, as the others did, so that I might find out what else the Lord has to tell me. God came to Balaam at night and said to him, Since these men have come to summon you, get up and go with them. But you must only do what I tell you. When he got up in the morning, Balaam saddled his donkey and went with the officials of Moab. But God was incensed that Balaam was going, and the angel of the Lord took his stand on the path to oppose him. Balaam was riding his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing on the path with a drawn sword in his hand, she turned off the path and went into the field. So Balaam hit her to return to the path. Then the angel of the Lord stood in a narrow passage between the vineyards with a stone wall on either side. The donkey saw the angel of the Lord and pressed herself against the wall, squeezing Balaam's foot against it. So he hit her once again. The angel of the Lord went ahead and stood in a narrow place where there was no room to turn to the right or to the left. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she crouched down under Balaam. So he became furious and beat the donkey with his stick. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, and she asked Balaam, What have I done to you, that you have beaten me these 3 times? Balaam answered the donkey, You made me look like a fool. If I had a sword in my hand, I'd kill you now. But the donkey said, Am I not the donkey you've ridden all your life until today? Have I ever treated you this way before? No, he replied. Then the Lord opened Balaam's eyes. He saw the angel of the Lord standing in the path with a drawn sword in his hand. Balaam knelt down low in worship. Balaam knelt low and bowed in worship on his face. The angel of the Lord asked him, Why have you beaten your donkey these 3 times? Look, I came out to oppose you because I consider what you are doing to be evil. The donkey saw me and turned away from me these 3 times. If she had not turned away from me, I would have killed you by now and let her live. Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, I have sinned, for I did not know that you were standing in the path to confront me. Now, if it is evil in your sight, I will go back. Then the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, Go with the men, but you are to say only what I tell you. So Balaam went to Balak's officials. When Balak heard that Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him at the Moabite city on the Arnon border at the edge of his territory. Balak asked Balaam, Did I not send you an urgent summons? Why didn't you come to me? Am I really not able to reward you? Balaam said to him, Look, I have come to you, but can I say anything I want? I must speak only the message God puts in my mouth. So Balaam went to Balak, and they came to Kiriath Huzoth. Balak sacrificed cattle, sheep, and goats, and sent for Balaam and the officials who were with him. In the morning, Balak took Balaam and brought him to Bamoth Baal. From there, he saw the outskirts of the camp. This is chapter 23. Build me 7 altars here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me. So Balak did as Balaam directed, and they offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam said to Balak, Stay here by your burnt offering while I'm gone. Maybe the Lord will meet with me. I will tell you whatever he reveals to me. So he went to a barren hill. God met with him, and Balaam said to him, I have arranged 7 altars and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Then the Lord put a message in Balaam's mouth and said, Return to Balak and say what I tell you. So he returned to Balak, who was standing there by his burnt offerings with all of the officials of Moab. Balaam proclaimed his poem. Balak brought me from Aram, the king of Moab, from the eastern mountains. Come, put a curse on Jacob for me. Come, denounce Israel. How can I curse someone that God has not cursed? How can I denounce someone the Lord has not denounced? I see them from the top of the rocky cliffs, and I watch them from the hills. There is a people living alone. It does not consider itself among the nations. Who has counted the dust of Jacob, or numbered even 1/4 of Israel? Let me die the death of the upright. Let the end of my life be like theirs. What have you done to me? Balak asked of Balaam. I brought you to curse my enemies, but look, you have only blessed them. But he answered, shouldn't I say exactly what the Lord puts in my mouth? So Balaam essentially tricked him and blessed the people of Israel. Then Balak said to him, please come with me to another place where you can see them. You will see only the outskirts of their camp. You won't see all of them. From there, put a curse on them for me. So Balak took him to Lookout Field on top of Pisgah, built 7 altars, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam said to Balak, stay over here by your burnt offering while I seek the Lord over there. The Lord met with Balaam and put a message in his mouth. He said, return to Balak and say what I tell you. So he returned to Balak, who was standing there by his burnt offering with the officials of Moab. Balak asked him, what did the Lord say? Balaam proclaimed his poem. Balak, get up and listen, son of Zippor, pay attention to what I say. God is not a man, that he might lie, or a son of man, that he might change his mind. Does he speak and not act, or promise and not fulfill? I have indeed received a command to bless. Since he has blessed, I cannot change it. He considers no disaster for Jacob. He sees no trouble for Israel. The Lord their God is with them, and there is rejoicing over the king among them. God brought them out of Egypt. He is like the horns of a wild ox for them. There is no magic curse against Jacob, and no divination against Israel. It will now be said about Jacob and Israel, what great things God has done. A people rise up like a lioness. They rouse themselves like a lion. They will not lie down until they devour the prey, and drink the blood of the slain. Then, then Balak told Balaam, don't curse them and don't bless them. And Balaam answered him, didn't I tell you, whatever the Lord says, I must do? Again, Balak said to Balaam, please come. I will take you to another place. Maybe it will be agreeable to God there that you can put a curse on them for me. So Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, which overlooks the wasteland. Balaam told Balak, build me 7 altars here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me. So Balak did as Balaam said, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. This is chapter 24. Since Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not go to seek omens as on the previous occasions, but turned toward the wilderness. When Balaam looked up and saw Israel encamped tribe by tribe, the Spirit of God came on him, and he proclaimed his poem. The oracle of Balaam, son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eyes are opened, the oracle of one who hears the sayings of God, who sees a vision from the Almighty, who falls into a trance with his eyes uncovered. How beautiful are your tents, Jacob, your dwellings, Israel. They stretch out like river valleys, like gardens beside a stream, like aloes the Lord has planted, like cedars beside the water. Water will flow from his buckets, and his seed will be by abundant water. His king will be greater than Agag, and his kingdom will be exalted. God brought him out of Egypt. He is like the horns of a wild ox for them. He will feed on enemy nations and gnaw their bones. He will strike them with his arrows. He crouches. He lies down like a lion or a lioness. Who dares to rouse him? Those who bless you will be blessed, and those who curse you will be cursed. Then Balak became furious with Balaam, and struck his hands together, and said to him, I summoned you to put a curse on my enemies, but instead you have blessed them these 3 times. Now go to your home. I said I would reward you richly, but look, the Lord has denied you a reward. Balaam answered Balak, didn't I previously tell the messengers you sent me? If Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go against the Lord's command to do any good or bad of my own will. I will say whatever the Lord says. Now I'm going back to my people, but first let me warn you what these people will do to your people in the future. Then he proclaimed this poem, the oracle of Balaam, son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eyes are opened, the oracle of one who hears the sayings of God and has knowledge from the Most High, who sees a vision from the Almighty, who falls into a trance with his eyes uncovered. I see him, but not now. I perceive him, but not near. A star will come from Jacob, and a scepter will arise from Israel. He will smash the forehead of Moab and strike down all the Shethites, and Edom will become a possession. Seir will become a possession of its enemies, but Israel will be triumphant. One who comes from Jacob will rule. He will destroy the city's survivors. Then Balaam saw Amalek and proclaimed his poem. Amalek was first among the nations, but his future is destruction. Next he saw the Kenites and proclaimed his poem. Your dwelling place is enduring. Your nest is set in the cliffs. Cain will be destroyed when Ashur takes you captive. Once more he proclaimed his poem. Ah, who can live when God does this? Ships will come from the coast of Kittim, and they will carry out raids against Ashur and Eber, but they too will come to destruction. Excuse me. Balaam then arose and went back to his homeland, and Balak also went away. This is chapter Numbers 25 now. While Israel was staying in the acacia grove, people began to prostitute themselves with the women of Moab. The women invited them to the sacrifices for their gods, and the people ate and bowed in worship to their gods. So Israel aligned itself with Baal of Peor, and the Lord's anger burned against Israel. The Lord said to Moses, take all the leaders of the people and execute them in broad daylight before the Lord, so that his burning anger may turn away from Israel. So Moses told Israel's judges, kill each of the men who aligned themselves with Baal of Peor. An Israelite man came, bringing a Midianite woman to his relatives in the sight of Moses and the whole Israelite community while they were weeping at the entrance to the tent of meeting. When Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, saw this, he got up from the assembly, took a spear in his hand, followed the Israelite man into the tent, and drove it through the Israelite man and the woman through her belly. Then the plague on the Israelites was stopped. But those who died in the plague numbered 24,000. The Lord spoke to Moses, Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, has turned back my wrath from the Israelites, because he was zealous among them with my zeal, so that I did not destroy the Israelites in my zeal. Therefore declare, I will grant him my covenant of peace. It will be a covenant of perpetual priesthood for him and his descendants, because he was zealous for his God and made atonement for the Israelites. The name of the slain Israelite man who was struck dead with the Midianite woman was Zimri, son of Salu, the leader of a Simeonite family. The name of the Midianite woman was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur, a tribal head of a family in Midian. The Lord told Moses, attack the Midianites and strike them dead, for they attacked you with the treachery that they used against you in the Peor incident. They did the same in the case involving their sister Cosbi, daughter of the Midianite leader, who was killed the day that the plague came at Peor. This is chapter 26. After the plague, the Lord said to Moses and Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, "Take a census of the entire Israelite community by their ancestral families of those 20 years old or more who can serve in Israel's army." So Moses and the priest Eleazar said to them in the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho, "Take a census of those 20 years old or more." As the Lord, who had commanded Moses and the Israelites who came out of the land of Egypt. Reuben was the firstborn of Israel. Here we go. Reuben's descendants: the Hanakite from Hanok, the Paluite from Palu, the Hezronite from Hezron, the Carmite clan from Carmi. These were the Reubenite clans, and their registered numbers 43,730. It's gonna be a minute. The son of Palu was Eliab. The sons of Eliab were Nemuel, Dathan, and Abiram. It was Dathan and Abiram chosen by the community who fought against Moses and Aaron. They and Korah's followers who fought against the Lord. The earth opened its mouth and swallowed them with Korah when his followers died, and the fire consumed 250 men. They serve as a warning sign. The sons of Korah, however, did not die. Simeon's descendants by their clans: the Nemuelite clan from Nemuel, the Jaminite clan from Jamin, the Jachinite clan from Jachin, the Zerahite clan from Zerah, the Shaulite clan from Shaul. These were the Simeonite clans, numbering 22,200 men. Gad's descendants by their clans: the Zephonite clan from Zephon, the Haggite clan from Haggai, the Shunite clan from Shunai, the Oznite clan from Ozni, the Erite clan from Eri, the Eridite clan from Erid, the Arelite clan from Areli. These were the Gadite clans, numbered by their registered men, 40,500. Judah's sons included Er and Onan, but they died in the land of Canaan. Judah's descendants by their clans: the Shelonite clan from Shelah, the Perizzite clan from Perez, the Zerahite clan from Zerah, the descendants of Perez, the Hezronite clan from Hezron, the Hamulite clan from Hamul. These were Judah's clans, numbered by their registered men, 76,500. The Issachar's descendants by their clans: the Tolite clan from Tola, the Punite clan from Puvah, the Jashubite clan from Jashub, the Shimronite clan from Shimron. These were the Issachar's clans, numbered by their registered men, 64,300. Zebulun's clans, descendants by their clans: the Saradite clan from Sarad, the Elonite clan from Elon, the Jahilite clan from Jahil. These were the Zebulonite clans, numbered by their registered men, 60,500. Joseph's descendants by their clans from Manasseh and Ephraim. Manasseh's descendants: the Machirite clan from Machir. Machir fathered Gilead, the Gileadite clan from Gilead. These were Gilead's descendants: the Aizirite clan from Aizir, the Helikite clan from Helik, the Azrielite clan from Azriel, the Shechemite clan from Shechem, the Shemidite clan from Shemida, the Hepherite clan from Hepher. Zelophehad, son of Hepher, had no sons, only daughters. The names of Zelophehad's daughters were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These were Manasseh's clans, numbered by their registered men, 52,700. These were Ephraim's descendants by their clans: the Shuthelahite clan from Shuthelah, the Becherite clan from Becher, the Tahanite clan from Tahan. These were Shuthalah's descendants, the Iranite clan from Iran. These were the Ephraimite clans, registered by their numbered by their registered men of 32,500. These were Joseph's descendants by their clans. Benjamin's descendants by their clans. The Belaite clan from Bela, the Ashbelite clan from Ashbel, the Ahiramite clan from Ahiram, the Shuphamite clan from Shupham, the Huphamite clan from Hupham, Bela's descendants from Ard and Naaman, the Ardite clan from Ard, the Naamite clan from Naaman. These were the Benjaminite clans, numbered by their registered men, 45,600. These were Dan's descendants by their clan, the Shuhamite clan from Shuham. These are the clans of Dan by their clans. The Shuhamite clans, numbered by their registered men, 64,400. How do you get the name Dan in the midst of Dan? Asher's descendants by their clans. The Imnite clan from Imnah, the Ishvite clan from Ishvi, the Beriite clan from Beriah. From Beriah's descendants, the Heberite clan from Heber, the Malchilite clan from Malchiel, and the name of Asher's daughter was Sarah. These were the Asherite clans, numbered by their registered men, 53,400. Naphtali's descendants by the Jezreelite clans from Jezreel, the Gunite clans from Guni, the Jezreelite clans from Jezer, the Shilomite clans from Shilom. These were the Naphtali clans, numbered by their registered men, 45,400. These registered Israelite men numbered 601,730. Okay, we made it. The Lord spoke to Moses. The land is to be divided among them as an inheritance, based on the number of names. Increase the inheritance for a large tribe, and decrease it for a small one. Each is to be given its inheritance according to those who are registered in it. The land is to be divided by lot, and they will receive an inheritance according to the names of their ancestral tribes. Each inheritance will be divided by lot among the larger and smaller tribes. These were the Levites registered by their clans. The Gershonite clan from Gershon, the Kohathite clan from Kohath, the Merarite clan from Merari. These were the Levite family groups: the Libnite clan, the Hebronite clan, the Malite clan, the Mushite clan, and the Korahite clan. Kohath was the ancestor of Amram. The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, a descendant of Levi, born to Levi in Egypt. She bore Amram, Aaron, Moses, and their sister Miriam. Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar were born to Aaron. But Nadab and Abihu died when they were presented on authorized fire before the Lord. Those were registered 23,000, every male 1 month old or more. They were not registered among the other Israelites, because no inheritance was given to them among the Israelites. These were the ones registered by Moses and the priest Eleazar when they registered the Israelites on the plain of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. But among them there was not one of those priests who had been registered by Moses and the priest Aaron when they registered to the Israelites in the wilderness of Sinai. For the Lord had said to them that they would all die in the wilderness. None of them was left except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, son of Nun. Okay, we're on Numbers 27 now. I think that was the census, so I think we're good. The daughters of Zelophehad approached. Zelophehad was the son of Hepher, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, from the clans of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. These are the names of his daughters: Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. They stood before Moses, the priest Eleazar, and the leaders, and the entire community at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and said, "Our entrance to the tent, our fathers died in the wilderness, but he was not among Korah's followers who gathered together against the Lord. Instead, he died because of his own sin, and he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be taken away from our clan? Since he had no son, give us property among our father's brothers." Moses brought their case before the Lord, and the Lord answered him, "What Zelophehad's daughters say is correct. You are to give them hereditary property among their father's brothers, and transfer their father's inheritance to them. Tell the Israelites, when a man dies without having a son, transfer his inheritance to his daughter. If he has no daughter, give his inheritance to his brothers. If he has no brothers, give his inheritance to his father's brothers. If his father has no brothers, give his inheritance to the nearest relatives of his clan, and he will take possession of it. This is to be a statutory ordinance for the Israelites, as the Lord commanded Moses." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go up this mountain of the Abarim range and see the land that I have given the Israelites. After you have seen it, you will also be gathered to your people, as Aaron your brother was. When the community quarreled in the wilderness of Zin, both of you rebelled against my command to demonstrate my holiness in their sight at the waters. Those were the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. So Moses appealed to the Lord. May the Lord, the God who gives breath to all, appoint a man over the community who will go out before them and come back in before them, and who will bring them out and bring them in, so that the Lord's community won't be like sheep without a shepherd." The Lord replied to Moses, "Take Joshua, son of Nun, a man who has the Spirit in him, and lay your hands on him. Have him stand before the priest Eleazar and the whole community, and commission him in their sight. Confer some of your authority on him so that the entire Israelite community will obey him. He will stand before the priest Eleazar, who will consult the Lord for him at the decision of the Urim. He and all the Israelites with him, even the entire community, will go out and come back at his command." Moses did as the Lord commanded him. He took Joshua, had him stand before the priest Eleazar and the entire community, laid his hands on him, and commissioned him, as the Lord had spoken through Moses. We're on Numbers chapter 28. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Command the Israelites, and say to them, be sure to present me at its appointed time with my offering and my food as Be sure to present me at its appointed time my offering and my food as my fire offering, a pleasing aroma to me. And say to them, this is the fire offering that you are to present to the Lord. Each day, present 2 unblemished year-old male lambs as a regular burnt offering. Offer 1 lamb in the morning, the other lamb at twilight, along with 2 quarts of fine flour for a grain offering, mixed with a quart of olive oil from crushed olives. It is a regular burnt offering established at Mount Sinai for a pleasing aroma, a fire offering to the Lord. The drink offering is to be a quart with each lamb. Pour out the offering of beer to the Lord in the sanctuary area. Offer the second lamb at twilight, along with the same kind of grain offering and drink offering as in the morning. It is a fire offering, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. On the Sabbath day, present 2 unblemished year-old lambs, 4 quarts of fine flour mixed with oil, as a grain offering, and its drink offering. It is the burnt offering for every Sabbath, in addition to the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. At the beginning of each of your months, present a burnt offering to the Lord: 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old, all unblemished. with 6 quarts of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering for each bull, 4 quarts of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering for the ram, and 2 quarts of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering for each lamb. It is a burnt offering, a pleasing aroma, a fire offering to the Lord. Their drink offerings are to be 2 quarts of wine with each bull, 1 1/3 quarts with the ram, and 1 quart with each male lamb. This is the monthly burnt offering for all the months of the year. And 1 male goat is to be offered as a sin offering to the Lord, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its drink offering. The Passover to the Lord comes in the first month, on the 14th day of the month. On the 15th day of this month there will be a festival. Unleavened bread is to be eaten for 7 days. On the first day there is to be a sacred assembly. You are not to do any daily work. Present a fire offering, a burnt offering to the Lord, 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old. Your animals are to be unblemished. The grain offering with them is to be of fine flour mixed with oil. Offer 6 quarts with each bull and 4 quarts with the ram. Offer 2 quarts with each of the 7 lambs, and 1 male goat for a sin offering to make atonement for yourselves. Offer these with the morning burnt offerings that is a part of the regular burnt offering. You are to offer the same food each day for 7 days as a fire offering, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. It is to be offered with its drink offering and the regular burnt offering. On the 7th day you are to hold a sacred assembly. You are not to do any daily work. On the day of first fruits you are to hold a sacred assembly when you present offering of new grain to the Lord at your festival of weeks. You are not to do any daily work. Present a burnt offering for a pleasing aroma to the Lord. 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, with their grain offerings of fine flour mixed with oil, 6 quarts with each bull, 4 quarts with the ram, and 2 quarts with each of the 7 lambs, and 1 male goat to make atonement for yourselves. Offer them with their drink offerings in addition to the regular burnt offering and its grain offering. Your animals are to be unblemished. Okay. This is Numbers 29. You are to hold a sacred assembly in the 7th month, on the first day of the month. And you are not to do any daily work. This will be a day of trumpet blasts for you. Offer a burnt offering as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old, all unblemished, with their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 6 quarts with the bull, 4 quarts with the ram, 2 quarts with each of the 7 male lambs, and offer 1 male goat as a sin offering to make atonement for yourselves. These are in addition to the monthly and regular burnt offerings with their prescribed grain offerings and drink offerings. They are a pleasing aroma, a fire offering to the Lord. You are to hold a sacred assembly on the 10th day of the 7th month and practice self-denial. Do not do any work. Present a burnt offering to the Lord, a pleasing aroma. 1 young bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old. All your animals are to be unblemished. Their grain offerings is to be of fine flour mixed with oil, 6 quarts with the bull, 4 quarts with the ram, 2 quarts with each of the 7 lambs. Offer 1 male goat for a sin offering. The regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offerings are in addition to the sin offering of atonement. You are to hold a sacred assembly on the 15th day of the 7th month. You do not do any daily work. You are to celebrate a 7-day festival for the Lord. Present a burnt offering, a fire offering as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. 13 young bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old. They are to be unblemished. Their grain offering is to be of fine flour mixed with oil, 6 quarts with each of the 13 bulls, 4 quarts with each of the 2 rams, and 2 quarts with each of the 14 lambs. Offer 1 male goat as a sin offering. These are in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain and drink offerings. On the second day, present 12 young bulls, 2 rams with 14 males a year old, all unblemished, with their grain offering, with their grain and drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs in proportion to their number. Also offer 1 male goat as a sin offering. These are in addition to the regular burnt offerings with its grain and their drink offerings. So, this is gonna be rough. On the third day, present 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 males a year old, all unblemished, with their grain and drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs in proportion to their number. 1 male goat as a sin offering. These are in addition to the regular burnt with its grain and drink offerings. On the fourth day, 10 bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs, all unblemished, with their grain and drink offerings for the bulls, rams, lambs in proportion to their number. 1 male goat as a sin offering. These are in addition to the regular burnt offerings with its grain and drink offerings. On the fifth day, 9 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old, all unblemished, with their grain and drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs in proportion to their number. Also offer a 1 male goat as a sin offering. These are in addition to the regular burnt offerings with its grain and drink offerings. On the sixth day, present 8 bulls, 2 rams, 14 males a year old, all unblemished, with their grain and drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs in proportion to their number. Also 1 male goat as a sin offering. These are in addition to the regular burnt offerings with its grain and drink offerings. On the seventh day, 7 bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs, all unblemished, with their grain and drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs. It's hard to say. In proportion to their number. Also offer a male goat as a sin offering. These are in addition to the regular burnt offerings with its grain and drink offerings. On the 8th day, you are to hold a solemn assembly. You are not to do any work. Present a burnt offering, a fire offering as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old, all unblemished, with their grain and drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs in proportion to their number. Also offer 1 male goat as a sin offering. These are in addition to the regular burnt offerings with its grain and drink offerings. Offer these to the Lord at your appointed times, in addition to your vow and free will offerings, whether burnt, grain, drink, or fellowship offerings. So Moses told the Israelites everything the Lord had commanded him. If it wasn't clear, thank you, Jesus, for your sacrifice. Because, man, look at all that they had to do and all that Jesus did for us as the greatest sacrifice. Wow. Okay, we're on Numbers chapter 30. Moses told the leaders of the Israelite tribes, "This is what the Lord has commanded. When a man makes a vow to the Lord or swears an oath to put himself under an obligation, he must not break his word. He must do whatever he has promised. When a woman in her father's house during her youth makes a vow to the Lord or puts herself under an obligation, and her father hears about her vow or the obligation she put herself under, and he says nothing to her, all her vows and every obligation she put herself under are binding. But if her father prohibits her on the day he hears about it, none of her vows and none of the obligations she put herself under are binding. The Lord will release her because her father has prohibited her. If a woman marries while her vows or the rash commitment she made herself are binding, and her husband hears about it and says nothing to her when he finds out, her vows are binding, and the obligations she put herself under are binding. But if her husband prohibits her when he hears about it, he will cancel her vow that is binding, or the rash commitment she herself made, and the Lord will release it. Every vow a widowed or divorced woman puts under herself is binding on her. If a woman in her husband's house has made a vow or put herself under an obligation with an oath, and her husband hears about it, says nothing to her, and does not prohibit her, all her vows are binding, and every obligation she put under herself is binding. But if the husband cancels them on the day he hears about it, nothing came from her lips, whether her vows or her obligation is binding. Her husband has canceled them, and the Lord will release her. Her husband may confirm or cancel any vow or any sworn obligation to deny herself. If her husband says nothing at all to her from day to day, he confirms all her vows and obligations which are binding. He has confirmed them because he has said nothing to her when he heard about them. But if he cancels them after he hears about them, he will be responsible for her commitment. These are the statutes that the Lord commanded Moses concerning the relationship between a man and his wife, or between a father and his daughter in his house during her youth. Chapter 31. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Execute vengeance for the Israelites against the Midianites. After that you will be gathered to your people." So Moses spoke to the people, "Equip some of your men for war. They will go against Midian to inflict the Lord's vengeance on them. Send 1,000 men to war from each Israelite tribe." So 1,000 were recruited from each Israelite tribe out of the thousands in Israel. 12,000 equipped for war. Moses sent 1,000 from each tribe to war. They went with Phinehas, son of Eleazar, in whose care were the holy objects and signal trumpets. They waged war against Midian as the Lord had commanded Moses, and killed every male. Along with the others slain by them, they killed the Midianite kings, Evi, Rekem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. They also killed Balaam, son of Beor, with the sword. The Israelites took the Midianite women and their dependents captive, and they plundered all their cattle, flocks, and property. Then they burned all the cities where the Midianites lived, as well as their encampments, and took away all the spoils of war and the captives, both people and animals. They brought the prisoners, animals, and spoils of war to Moses, the priest Eleazar, and the Israelite community at the camp on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. Moses, the priest Eleazar, and all the leaders of the community went to meet them outside of the camp. But Moses became furious with the officers, and the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds who were returning from the military campaign. "Have you let every female live?" he asked them. Yet there are ones who, at Balaam's advice, incited the Israelites to unfaithfulness against the Lord in the Peor incident, so that the plague came against the Lord's community. So now, kill every male among the dependents, and kill every woman who has gone to bed with a man, but keep alive for yourself all the young females who have not gone to bed with a man. You are to remain outside the camp for 7 days. All of you and your prisoners who have killed a person or touched the dead are to purify yourself on the 3rd day and the 7th day. Purify everything. Also purify everything: garments, leather goods, things made of goat hair, and every article of wood. Then the priest Eleazar said to the soldiers who had gone to battle, "This is the legal statute the Lord commanded Moses. The gold, silver, bronze, iron, tin, and lead, everything that can withstand fire. You are to pass through fire, and it will be clean. Pass pass anything through fire that can be passed through fire. It must still be purified with the purification water. Anything that cannot withstand fire, pass through the water. On the 7th day, wash your clothes, and you will be clean, and you may enter the camp." And the Lord told Moses, "You, the priest Eleazar, and the family heads of the community are to take account of what was captured, people and animals, and then divide the captives between the troops who went out to war and the entire community. Set aside a tribute for the Lord from what belongs to the fighting men who went out to war. 1 out of every 500 people, cattle, donkeys, sheep, and goats. Take the tribute from their half and give it to the priest Eleazar as a contribution to the Lord. From the Israelites' half, take 1 out of every 50 from the people, cattle, donkeys, sheep, and goats, all the livestock, and give them to the Levites who perform the duties of the Lord's tabernacle." So Moses and the priest Eleazar did as the Lord commanded Moses. The captives remaining from the plunder the army had taken had totaled 675,000 sheep and goats, 72,000 cattle, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 the females who had not gone to bed with a man. The half portion for those who went out to war numbered. Hold on 1 second. 33,000. I'm sorry. 337,500 sheep and goats, and the tribute to the Lord was 675 from the sheep and goats. From the 36,000 cattle, the tribute to the Lord was 72. From the 30,500 donkeys, the tribute to the Lord was 61, and from the 16,000 people, the tribute to the Lord was 32. Moses gave the tribute to the priest Eleazar as a contribution for the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. From the Israelites' half, which Moses separated from the men who fought, the community's half was 337,500 sheep and goats, 36,000 cattle, 30,500 donkeys, and 16,000 people. Moses took one out of every 50 selected from the people and the livestock of Israel. He gave them to the Levites who performed the duties of the Lord's tabernacle as the Lord commanded them. The officers who were over the thousands of the army and the commanders of the thousands and hundreds approached Moses and told him, "Your servants have taken a census of the fighting men under our command, and not one of us is missing. So we have presented to the Lord an offering of the gold articles each man found: armlets, bracelets, rings, earrings, and necklaces, to make atonement for ourselves before the Lord." Moses and the priest Eleazar received from them all the articles made out of gold, and all gold of the contribution they offered to the Lord, from the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, was 420 pounds. Each of the soldiers had taken plunder for himself. Moses and the priest Eleazar received the gold from the commanders of thousands and hundreds, and brought it into the tent of meeting as a memorial for the Israelites before the Lord. One moment. Use the restroom. No. Okay. I just woke up. Okay. Numbers chapter 32. The Reubenites and Gadites had a very large number of livestock. When they surveyed the lands of Jazer and Gilead, they saw that the region was a good one for livestock. So the Gadites and Reubenites came to Moses, and the priest Eleazar, and the leaders of the community, and said, "The territory of Ataroth, Dibon, Jazer, Nimrah, Heshbah, Eliah, in Sebam, Nebo, and Beon, which the Lord struck down before the community of Israel, is good land for livestock, and your servants own livestock. They said, if we have found favor with you, let this land be given to your servants as a possession. Don't make us cross the Jordan. Moses asked the Gadites and Reubenites, should your brothers go to war while you stay here? Why are you discouraging the Israelites from crossing into the land the Lord has given to them? That's what your fathers did when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. After they went up as far as the Eshcol Valley and saw the land, they discouraged the Israelites from entering the land the Lord had given them. So the Lord's anger burned that day, and he swore an oath. Because they did not remain loyal to me, none of the men 20 years old or more who came up from Egypt will see the land I swore to give Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. None except Caleb, son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, and Joshua, son of Nun, because they did remain loyal to the Lord. The Lord's anger burned against Israel, and he made them wander in wilderness 40 years, until the whole generation that had done what is evil in the Lord's sight was gone. And here, you, a brood of sinners, stand in your father's place, adding even more to the Lord's burning anger against Israel. If you turn your back from following him, he will once again leave this people in the wilderness, and you will destroy all of them. Then they approached him and said, we want to build sheep pens here for our livestock and cities for our dependents. But we will arm ourselves and be ready to go ahead of the Israelites until we have brought them into their place. Meanwhile, our dependents will remain in the fortified cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return to our homes until each of the Israelites has taken possession of his inheritance. Yet, we will not have inheritance with them across the Jordan and beyond, because our inheritance will be across the Jordan to the east. Moses replied to them, if you do this, if you arm yourselves for battle before the Lord, and every one of your armed men crosses the Jordan before the Lord until he has driven his enemies from his presence, and the land is subdued before the Lord, afterward you may return and be free from obligation to the Lord and to Israel. And this land will belong to you as a possession before the Lord. But if you don't do this, you will certainly sin against the Lord. Be sure your sin will catch up with you. Build cities for your dependents and pens for your flocks, but do what you have promised. The Gadites and Reubenites answered Moses, your servants will do just as my Lord commands. Our dependents, wives, livestock, and all our animals will remain here in the cities of Gilead. But your servants are equipped for war before the Lord, and will go across the battle as my Lord orders. So Moses gave orders about them to the priest Eleazar, Joshua son of Nun, and the family heads of the Israelite tribes. Moses told them, if the Gadites and Reubenites cross the Jordan with you, every man in battle formation before the Lord, and the land is subdued before you, you are to give them the land of Gilead as a possession. But if they don't go across with you in battle formation, they must accept the land in Canaan with you. The Gadites and Reubenites replied, what your Lord has spoken to your servants is what we will do. We will cross over in battle formation before the Lord into the land of Canaan, but we will keep our hereditary possession across the Jordan. So Moses gave them, the Gadites, Reubenites, and half the tribe of Manasseh, son of Joseph, the kingdom of King Sihon of the Amorites, and the kingdom of King Og of Bashan, the land including its cities with the territories around them. The Gadites rebuilt Dibon, Ataroth, Aroer, Atroth, Shopham, Jazer, Jogbehah, Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran as fortified cities, and built sheep pens. Excuse me. The Reubenites rebuilt Heshbon, Elealeh, Kiriathim, as well as Nebo and Baalmeon, whose names were changed, and Sibmah. They gave names to the cities they rebuilt. The descendants of Mashir, son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, captured it, and drove out the Amorites who were there. So Moses gave Gilead to the clan of Mashir, son of Manasseh, and they settled in it. Jair, a descendant of Manasseh, went and captured their villages, which he named Jair's villages. Nobah went and captured Kenath with its surrounding villages and called it Nobah, after his own name. Chapter 33. It's rough. These were the stages of the Israelites' journey when they went out of the land of Egypt by their military division under the leadership of Moses and Aaron. At the Lord's command, Moses wrote down starting points for the stages of their journey. These are the stages listed by their starting points. They traveled from Rameses on the first month, on the 15th day of the month. On the day after the Passover, the Israelites went out defiantly in the sight of all the Egyptians. Meanwhile, the Egyptians were burying every firstborn male the Lord had struck down among them. For the Lord had executed judgment against their gods. The Israelites traveled from Rameses and camped at Sukkoth. They traveled from Sukkoth and camped at Etham, which is on the edge of the wilderness. They traveled from Etham and turned back to Pi Hahiroth, which faces Baal-Zephon, and they camped before Migdol. They traveled from Pi Hahiroth and crossed through the middle of the sea into the wilderness. It took a 3-day journey into the wilderness of Etham and camped at Marah. You gotta go? Yeah, that's what I figured. I probably gotta run around like 7-ish, a little after.
Yeah,
just
all good, man.
to make it. So I don't know if anyone's gonna be here or.
I don't think anybody's gonna be here.
We said people are coming at 8.
Yeah, we got some.
Okay.
If tell anybody wants to come.
Yeah, if anybody wants to come at 7, I do have to probably run around there. But I think the first slot is starting at 8 a.m. So we made it through some rough parts. We had the censuses, we had the sacrifices, we had but man, yeah. Hey man, that it really speaks to the sacrifice of Jesus with how much the people had to make, how much the people had to do. You know, it's awesome. But woo, it's tough. Who had to do Leviticus?
I did.
Probably you.
And Cecilia.
I saw. Okay, I saw some of that. Yeah. I saw Hope and Abby too. They did great.
I came back while she was doing Leviticus 18. Just it was just so weird.
Okay, sorry about that.
All right, I'll see you, man.
See you, man.
Thanks. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah. They traveled from Marah and came to Elim. There were 12 springs and 70 date palms at Elim, so they camped there. They traveled from Elim and camped by the Red Sea. They traveled from the Red Sea and camped in the wilderness of Sin. They traveled from the wilderness of Sin and camped in Dophkah. They traveled from Dophkah and camped at Alush. They traveled from Alush and camped to Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. They traveled from Rephidim and camped in the wilderness of Sinai. They traveled from the wilderness of Sinai and camped at Kibroth Hattaavah. They traveled from Kibroth Hattaavah and camped at Hazeroth. They traveled from Hazeroth and camped at Rithmah. They traveled from Rithmah and camped at Rimmon Perez. They traveled from Rimmon Perez and camped at Libnah. They traveled from Libnah and camped at Rissah. They traveled from Rissah and camped at Kehelathah. They traveled from Kehelathah and camped at Mount Shepher. They traveled from Mount Shepher and camped at Haradah. They traveled from Haradah and camped at Makaloth. They traveled from Makaloth and camped at Tahath. They traveled from Tahath and camped at Terah. They traveled from Terah and camped at Mithkah. They traveled from Mithkah and camped at Hashmanah. They traveled from Hashmanah and camped at Moseroth. They traveled from Moseroth and camped at Bene-Jaakan. They traveled from Bene-Jaakan and camped at Hor Haggidgad. They traveled from Hor Haggidgad and camped at Jotbathah. They traveled from Jotbathah, camped at Abranah. Traveled from Abranah, camped at Ezion Geber, traveled from Ezion Geber and camped in the wilderness of Zin, that is Kadesh. They traveled from Kadesh and camped at Mount Hor at the edge of the land of Edom. At the Lord's command, the priest Aaron climbed Mount Hor and died there on the first day of the 5th month of the 40th year after the Israelites went out of the land of Egypt. Aaron was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. At that time, the Canaanite king of Arad, who lived in the Negev in the land of Canaan, heard the Israelites were coming. They traveled from Mount Hor and camped at Zalmanah. They traveled from Zalmanah, camped at Panan, traveled from Panan, camped at Obah, traveled from Obah, camped at Ai Abarim on the border of Moab. They traveled from Maim, camped at Dibon Gad, traveled from Dibon Gad, and camped at Almon Diblathaim. They traveled from Almon Diblathaim and camped on the Abarim range facing Nebo. They traveled from the Abarim range on the camp and camped on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. They camped by the Jordan from Beth Jeshimah to the Acacia Meadow on the plains of Moab. Woo. Okay. So now that's where they are now. They are by the Jordan from Beth Jeshimoth to the Acacia Meadow on the plains of Moab. The Lord spoke to Moses in the plains of the Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. Tell the Israelites, when you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, you must drive out all the inhabitants of the land before you. Destroy all of their stone images and cast images, and demolish all their high places. You are to take possession of the land and settle in it, because I have given you the land to possess. You are to receive the land as an inheritance by lot according to your clans. Increase the inheritance for a large clan, and decrease it for a small one. Whatever place the lot indicates for someone will be his. You will receive inheritance according to your ancestral tribes, but if you don't drive out the inhabitants of the land before you, those you allow to remain will become barbs for your eyes and thorns for your side. They will harass you in the land where you live, and what I had planned to do to them, I will do to you. Okay. We are on Numbers chapter 34. Okay. The Lord spoke to Moses. Command the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land of Canaan, it will be allotted to you as an inheritance, with these borders. Your southern side will be the wilderness, from the wilderness of Zin along the boundary of Edom. Your southern border on the east will begin at the east end of the Dead Sea. Your border will turn south of the Scorpion's Ascent, proceed to Zin, and end south of Kadesh Barnea. It will go to Hazar Adar and proceed to Asman. The border will turn from Asman to the brook of Egypt, where it will end at the Mediterranean Sea. Your western border will be the coastline of the Mediterranean Sea. This will be your western border. This will be your northern border. From the Mediterranean Sea, draw a line to Mount Hor. From Mount Hor, draw a line to the entrance of Hamath, and the border will reach Zedad. The border will go to Ziphron and at the end of Hazar Enan. This will be your northern border. For your eastern border, draw a line from Hazar Enan to Shepham. The border will go down from Shepham to Riblah east of Ain. It will continue down and reach the eastern slope of the Sea of Chinnereth. Then the border will go down to the Jordan and end at the Dead Sea. This will be your land defined by its borders on all sides. So Moses commanded the Israelites, this is the land that you are to receive by lot as an inheritance, which the Lord commanded to be given to the 9.5 tribes. For the tribe of Reuben's descendants and the tribe of Gad's descendants have received their inheritance according to their ancestral families. And half the tribe of Manasseh has received its inheritance. The 2.5 tribes have received their inheritance across the Jordan east of Jericho toward the sunrise. The Lord spoke to Moses. These are the names of the men who you are to distribute the land as an inheritance for you. The priest Eleazar and Joshua son of Nun take one leader from each tribe to distribute the land. These are the names of the men: Caleb, son of Jephunneh, from the tribe of Judah; Shemuel, son of Ammihud from the tribe of Simeon's descendants; Eliab, son of Chislon, from the tribe of Benjamin; Bukai, son of Jogli, from a leader from the tribe of Dan's descendants. From the sons of Joseph, Haniel, son of Ephod, a tribe leader from the tribe of Manasseh's descendants; Kemuel, son of Shiftan, a leader of the tribe of Ephraim's descendants; Eli Zaphan, a son of Parnach, a leader of the tribe of Zebulun's descendants; Paltiel, son of Azan, a leader from the tribe of Issachar's descendants; Ahihud, son of Shalomai, a leader from the tribe of Asher's descendants; and Pedahel, son of Ammihud, a leader from the tribe of Naphtali's descendants. These are the ones the Lord commanded to distribute the inheritance to the Israelites in the land of Canaan. This is chapter 35, number 35. The Lord again spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. Command the Israelites to give cities out of their hereditary property for the Levites to live in, and pasture land around the cities. The cities will be for them to live in, and the pasture lands will be for their herds, flocks, and all their other animals. The pasture lands of the cities you are to give to the Levites will extend from the city wall 500 yards on every side. Measure 1,000 yards outside the city for the east side, 1,000 yards for the south side, 1,000 yards for the west, 1,000 yards for the north, with the city in the center. This will belong to them as pasture land for the cities. The cities you give the Levites will include 6 cities of refuge, which you provide, so that the one who kills someone may flee. there. In addition to these, give 42 other cities. The total number of cities you give the Levites will be 48, along with their pasture lands. Of the cities that you give them from the Israelites' territory, you should take more from a larger tribe and less from a smaller one. Each tribe is to give some of its cities to the Levites in proportion to the inheritance it receives. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and tell them, when you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, designate cities to serve as cities of refuge for you, so that a person who kills someone unintentionally may flee there. You will have cities as a refuge from the avenger, so that the one who kills someone will not die unless he stands trial before the assembly. The cities you select will be your 6 cities of refuge. Select 3 cities across the Jordan and 3 cities in the land of Canaan to be cities of refuge. These 6 cities will serve as a refuge for the Israelites and for the alien or temporary resident among them, so that anyone who kills a person unintentionally may flee there. If anyone strikes a person with an iron object and death results, he is a murderer. The murderer must be put to death. If anyone in his hand is a stone capable of causing death, if anyone has in his hand a stone capable of causing anyone death and strikes another person and he dies, the murderer must be put to death. If anyone has in his hand a wooden object capable of causing death and strikes another person and he dies, the murderer must be put to death. The avenger of blood himself is to kill the murderer when he finds him. The avenger of blood himself is to kill the murderer. When he finds him, he is to kill him. Likewise, if anyone in hatred pushes a person or throws an object at him with malicious intent and he dies, or if in hostility he strikes him with his hand and he dies, the one who struck him must be put to death. He is a murderer. The avenger of blood is to kill the murderer when he finds him. But if anyone suddenly pushes a person without hostility, or throws any object at him without malicious intent, or without looking drops a stone that could kill a person and he dies, but he was not his enemy and didn't intend to harm him, the assembly is to judge between the person who kills someone and the avenger of blood according to these ordinances. The assembly is to protect the one who kills someone from the avenger of blood. Then the assembly will return him to the city or refuge he fled to, and he must live there until the death of the high priest who is anointed with the holy oil. If the one who kills someone ever goes outside the border of the city of refuge he fled to, and the avenger of blood finds him outside of the border of his city of refuge and kills him, the avenger will not be guilty of bloodshed. For the one who killed a person was supposed to live. For the one who killed a person was supposed to live in his city of refuge until the death of the high priest. Only after the death of the high priest may one who has killed a person return to the land he possesses. These instructions will be a statutory ordinance for you throughout your generations wherever you live. If anyone kills a person, the murderer is to be put to death based on the word of witnesses. But no one is to be put to death based on the testimony of one witness. You are not to accept a ransom for the life of someone who is guilty of a murder. He must be put to death. Neither should you accept a ransom for the person who flees to a city of refuge, allowing him to return and live in the land before the death of the high priest. Do not defile the land where you live, for bloodshed defiles the land, and there can be no atonement for the land because of the blood that is shed on it, except by the blood of the person who shed it. Do not make the land unclean where you live and where I dwell, for I, the Lord, reside among the Israelites. Okay, now we're on Numbers 36. This is the last chapter of Numbers, I think. The family has from the clan of the descendants of Gilead, the son of Mashir, the son of Manasseh, who were from the clans of Joseph, approached and addressed Moses and the leaders who were heads of the Israelite families. They said, "The Lord commanded my Lord to give the land as an inheritance by lot to the Israelites. My Lord was further commanded by the Lord to give our brother Zelophehad its inheritance to his daughters. If they marry any of the men from the other Israelite tribes, their inheritance will be taken away from our father's inheritance and added to that tribe into which they marry. Therefore, as part of our allotted inheritance, part of our allotted inheritance will be taken away. When Jubilee comes for the Israelites, their inheritance will be added to that of the tribe which they marry, and their inheritance will be taken away from the inheritance of our ancestral tribe." So Moses commanded the Israelites at the word of the Lord. What tribe of Joseph's descendants says is right? This is what the Lord has commanded regarding Zelophehad's daughters. They may marry anyone they like, provided they marry within a clan of their ancestral tribe. No inheritance belonging to the Israelites is to transfer from tribe to tribe, because each of the Israelites is to retain the inheritance of his ancestral tribe. Any daughter who possesses an inheritance from the Israelite tribe must marry someone from the clan of her ancestral tribe, so that each of the Israelites who will possess the inheritance of his fathers. No inheritance is to transfer from one tribe to another, because each of the Israelite tribes is to retain its inheritance. The daughters of Zelophehad did as the Lord commanded Moses. Mamlah, Tirzah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, married cousins on their father's side. They married men from the clans of the descendants of Manasseh, son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained within the tribe of their father's clan. These are the commandments and ordinances the Lord commanded the Israelites through Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. Okay, now we are Deuteronomy 1. I have to run. So, let's see. Okay, hopefully somebody comes before 8, but I need to run. Thank you for the opportunity to read some, and I hope you have a good day.